are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position. Repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Greetings, my friends. We're all interested in the future because that is where you and I will spend the rest of our lives. And my friends, future events such as these will affect you in the future. The incidents, the places, my friend, we cannot keep this a secret any longer. Can your heart stand the shocking facts that you're not dreaming, you're watching Mister Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fan Group Watch Party Wild Wood double feature? I'm not the amazing Criswell. I'm Mr. Lobo, but I played the amazing Criswell in the remake of Plan 9. This is my budget vampira, Miss Mittens. Say hello to everyone, Miss Mittens. She's a little hungover, so she's a little low energy, but, you know, she's looking pretty smart in that mask that she's wearing. This mask here was made by, I'm going to take this from you, Miss Mittens. This mask was made by a friend of Miss Mittens named Grace Gemini. Grace Gemini, we met her at Monster Bash and, Monster Fest, I'm sorry. My apologies to Rob, who runs Monster Fest. But these are reversible. These have like lovely, sugar skulls and this kind of psychedelic pattern here. That one I like a lot. She made some other ones too. This one has skulls also, but more manly skulls. And then these are Jolly Rogers. These aren't skulls, they're Jolly Rogers. Really nice. She made these herself. She sewed them with the help of a friend of hers who's in the medical profession, a nurse or a doctor. So they breathe incredibly well. Like when I put this on my face, it's got this extra space up here in the nose area. So the extra space in the nose area really makes it a lot more comfortable than really any other mask I've ever worn. I'm not getting any money to talk about her masks, but this is an extremely kind thing. These are very well made, and this represents a lot of time, watching reality TV and stitching these up. But it's got rockets and robots, and then this one has got wolves, Lobo, right? And chili peppers, red peppers. I feel like I have to apologize for not being Hispanic. But anyway, this is a very lovely thing. This is actually one of my favorite ones. But my very favorite one isn't even here. I keep it out in the car because on the rare occasion when Mr. Lobo actually does leave the void, like to go to the P.O. box, I like to be safe. And so there's one out there that's got wolves like this, but it's also got monsters on the other side, like Dracula and stuff like that. Very cool. And Grace also made this. This is a dream catcher, and she said that she made this for me, I think Dixie was having nightmares, but she also made this because she said that Mister Lobo was a dream catcher. Anyway, this is the kind of thing that I'm always opening up, and Dixie comes down the stairs and she's like, "That woman loves you. I'm your wife, and I wouldn't make that for you." That was like when we had the doll. Remember when you weren't here for that? When Paul was filming the opening up, someone made like a Ken doll that was a Mr. Lobo, and it had a whole play set with like a little rocking chair.
I heard about it after
a duplicate
the
of Miss Mittens and the side table and the whole studio. And Dixie was like, "That woman loves you. I'm your wife. I wouldn't make that for you." Anyway.
And I so much as open a Facebook message, and she just looks, she's like, "Oh, no, don't answer that. Just block them."
Anyway, thank you, Grace Gemini. We feel the love. And she didn't make it just for Mr. Lobo. She made them for the whole family. Dylan is wearing a mask. Dixie's wearing one of these masks. Aaron, who's behind the camera, wears these masks. So we're putting them to good use. So I just wanted to couldn't wait for the mail sack. I definitely wanted to do the shout out for Grace right away. So thank you, Grace, for making those for us. The reason we're wearing these masks in the canon of our universe, right? Mr. Lobo
Cinematic universe,
the MCU. Yes. Rather than upset you with depressing real life current events, we are all in the grips of chronic diarrhea. If you listen to the podcast, anytime we want to talk about a certain pandemic, we say chronic diarrhea. And so those masks will be protecting us from chronic diarrhea. If you haven't listened to the podcast, you get a more casual version of Mr. Lobo talking with Paul Sanders, who produces the podcast. You think we could maybe run the new commercial that Paul edited? All right, well, this is the commercial that Paul edited for the podcast. I just took my headphones off and my hair's real sweaty, so don't just try to ignore that. Okay, here we go. You're not dreaming. You're watching an ad for the Sleepless Nights podcast. Join me, your host, Mr. Lobo, and my co-host, Paul Sanders, as we talk about the strange.
How long has that record light been on? Oh, did you do the intro yet? Hold on, let me get the script.
I did my whole earnest prologue, Paul. You should have been ready to go.
Oh, there's that spanner wrench I was looking for. Wait, hold on. Oh, I got it. All right, there it is. All right, okay. Can we start with the intro again? I'm ready.
No, I'm not reading the prologue again.
Interview the weird.
So Sleazy began as this sort of side character in the Gwar universe, right?
Well, he was there pretty much. As soon as the mythos came together, he was already there.
Yeah.
But initially, he was called Sluggo P. Martini.
Okay.
And we had two other people try to play him on stage.
And sometimes just kick off our sandals and game like a couple of regular guys.
Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not even on the right pile. What the hell?
Well, look, there's quotes under there, and there's this pile.
Oh, boy.
Look at that.
Yeah, and the roll card is on top of the.
How's the roll card?
I don't know.
Because we're on a roll.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. We're under a roll.
I think we should just start this whole podcast over again.
just erase everything.
Yeah.
So
Let's forget
far.
this
Format the
happened.
card.
Mr. Lobo commands you to listen to the Sleepless Nights podcast on Spotify, Anchor.fm, Google Play, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, YouTube, Two Cans and a String, or wherever you listen to your favorite podcast. Finally, a show for us night people. So I think Paul did a great job kind of encapsulating the 3 a.m. conversation, which is the Sleepless Nights podcast. So if you want to be a fly on the wall for that 3 a.m. conversation, please join us at patreon.com/sleeplessnights. youtube.com/Sleepless Nights Podcast, which is, from what I understand, a good way to listen to the podcast because you can like stop it anywhere and come back to it. Some of the services are a little flaky that carry the podcast. So if you're willing to back us on Patreon, it's a pretty good way to listen.
He also puts them on the OSI Roku now, doesn't he?
Yeah, they're in a lot of places. They're on YouTube. They're in the spot. Of course, there was a bunch of things in there.
Yeah, you can go back and pause that if you want to write all those down.
Yeah, there's like a million services, iTunes and everything else, and it launches on the Patreon first, and then they go into all the other ones, and then eventually they're all on OSI too. So because of, and another good thing to do while you've got some time on your hands, right? Because of the pandemic, chronic diarrhea, we have not had DVDs for you. I mean, I have my DVDs here. I still have all the I guess the first 12 Alpha DVDs, but the two most recent releases were kind of all locked up in the Alpha warehouse when they closed for the pandemic due to the health restrictions of chronic diarrhea. So what we didn't have the new ones. So last week and the week before, right? Was it the last 2 weeks?
The last two.
We gave away DVDs that were the old school ones, the old
Screaming Skull.
And, old Atomic Brain and the old Screaming Skull, which, I mean, it's the same show.
Screaming Skull is the Atomic Brain. The DVD that we gave away was the 2012 edit.
Oh, okay.
And so this one is the OSI remaster. And
all right. So I was thinking we could open these ones up right now and see if we can get in there. See, now this is the thing that's supposed to be kept away from Mr. Lobo. Mr. Lobo's not supposed to have sharp objects.
And they're really supposed to be kept away from him.
Yeah, they really are supposed to be kept away from Aaron. This shouldn't even be this close
in the room.
But in the interest of time, I'm going to just open it when I put it. I'll try to resist just jamming it into my eyeballs.
Somehow there's blood spraying everywhere halfway through cutting open the box.
So get this. This is so exciting, right? I don't understand, like, when
this should be part of the show, the stunt show.
Yeah, I feel like this is like a. There's whole channels of just people opening boxes online, which made Paul and I, decide to do our own unboxing videos, which are ridiculous. Wow, these look really awesome, by the way. Look at this. Can you see this, Aaron? Is it too shiny?
Yeah, no, it's good.
This is the Atomic Brain DVD with the Alpha-approved artwork done by Al Landron, who is a genius. They're always gorgeous. And anyhow, one of you tonight are going to be, awarded? Is that the right word?
That'll work.
Going to be awarded this. Someone in the chat, and if you want to nominate someone, if you think that there's someone who really should get this, send a private message to Mr. Lobo. I will take it into consideration. But yeah, this is the 2000. This is the most current version.
Yeah,
obviously.
I think it's 2016 when we redid it for OSI.
2016 master of the Atomic Brain, and the artwork is awesome. The disc has great artwork on it also. I will sign this for you, and I will pay the postage and mail it to you. So anyhow, this is the Atomic Brain. Look great in your collection with all your other Alpha DVDs. If you don't win it tonight, go to oldies.com and get the Atomic Brain DVD. I'm excited to see what this one looks like. That artwork's so good. I just love the look of it. They're like trading cards. They're really pleased with how the art on those turned out. And this is like, what? These are 13 and 14?
13 and 14.
So this one here,
And 15's on the way, but we don't have a date.
see that?
Yet, right?
This is the Screaming Skull. Wow. It's got a nice palette on this. Very sophisticated. It's a little more darker than some of the other ones are real bright.
Yeah.
This one's real
subdued,
sophisticated. They put this on your bookshelf. Anyway, this is the Screaming Skull DVD. Beautiful art by Al Landron. It says, "She's dead and she won't shut up." That was Mister Lobo wrote that tagline for the cover. But it's got great art all over the place. A lot of little humorous touches. If you own these, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you can get this at oldies.com. I think we'll give this away not next week because we've got something different planned for next week, but the week after we will give this one away. But we definitely wanted to give one of each of these away because I felt kind of bad that we gave away the old covers for these. So we'll give 2 more away with the new covers.
And then I had mentioned before, but they just recently announced volume 15, right?
Oh.
We don't have a date yet, but...
Yeah, I don't know. We won't reveal that yet. But
okay. I thought you were already posting it online.
No. I gave a sneak peek of it. But I guess to answer the question that many people are asking, which is, are more Mister Lobo DVDs coming out? And I can at least say that there's one more.
Yeah.
We don't know. It's Alpha's discretion how far they want to take this, and that's based on demand. So if you keep buying these and giving them to your friends and family members, and they think it's a good idea to keep this line going, they'll keep putting them out. But we've got a brand new episode for next month that's going to be on DVD. This is the first time this particular title has ever been on any sort of DVD, Cinema Insomnia DVD.
And we didn't really realize it was coming till it was like, here's the artwork.
Yeah, I was surprised that they picked this
we
title.
thought they were still like shut down.
Yeah, so they've decided to really take a jump into some of our newer episodes that have independent films. Yeah. So that'll be the clue of what this new DVD is going to be. Now, those DVDs are the alpha DVDs. The people who are collecting them are enjoying them. This is a great. We're trying to give you a lot of reasons to stay inside and enjoy your time inside, since we have to stay inside more to avoid
chronic diarrhea.
Chronic diarrhea, right? So. The DVDs are a great fun thing to collect while you're inside. The podcast, we're an hour or more of content every week for you from the podcast. The watch parties are another thing that we've been doing. That's like 6-hour double features.
Yeah, 5.5 to 6.5.
The channel is another thing. How many things have we got on the channel for them?
868, I think.
868 pieces of content on the OSI Roku channel. It's a free channel. Feast your eyeballs on all of that.
Newest thing is Captain Isotope.
Captain Isotope, that's right. He's fighting the enemy of space, something like that.
And it just went up a few days ago.
And it just went up. It's another adventure serial, a retro adventure serial, which is to say, a new program that's made to look like an old program. Very much inspired by Captain Zero. So it's a fun show, and it's black and white. The future's in black and white. That's one of the taglines. So, it's, I would say, almost like the flip side to Matt Mercury.
Yeah.
Matt Mercury's going back into the Disney vault for a little while, and we're going to have Captain Isotope. And but Matt Mercury's not going away forever. We'll have Matt Mercury come back, but Matt Mercury is actually is going to be available on some pay streams and in some different ways. And we want to give Bill Hughes an opportunity to get more out of that title So we're going to put it in the Disney Vault for a while, and that will afford Bill a chance to monetize his excellent creation. If you haven't seen Matt Mercury, get it on Amazon. So while you're inside, you've got all those things, and you think, okay, that's a lot. What else? Well, let me tell you. Next week, instead of our usual 6-hour watch party, what we have in store for you next week is very exciting. Much more exciting than typical for anything associated with Mr. Lobo. We have an associate named Alex Dahl, also known as the Atomic Doll. She has gathered a whole world of freaks and weirdos who are sideshow performers.
She's also Miss Blobfest 2018, so if you watch the Cinema Insomnia Goes to Blobfest episode, she's in that one.
Okay, yes. So Alex, you know Alex Dahl from the Cinema Insomnia Goes to Blobfest episode. And she has assembled these amazing acts. People who cut their faces off with an axe and
juggle chainsaws
and set themselves on fire. These things, sideshow stuff. And so, something that Mr. Lobo's always been fascinated by, because I'm a performer. I do film festivals and conventions and bar mitzvahs, and I marry people sometimes.
Former bris.
Yes. But I don't have, other than talking or creating artwork, I don't have a lot of skills. These are people who can do tricks and magic and, feats of strength and all sorts of crazy things. But we're all in the same boat. We're performers. We're giggers, right? Is that a word, gigger? Like HR gigger?
I guess so. If it's not, it isn't. We've coined it.
We've coined it.
Yeah.
But these are people who do gigs, performers. And, because we're all staying indoors because of
chronic diarrhea.
That's right. Because of that, a lot of people who would normally be at a county fair or a concert or a dive bar performing for you don't have a place to go. They're at home. And you might not have a place to go in your home. But we still want to be connected and we still want to entertain you. And so we're putting on a crazy show for you. You're going to see some stuff that is going to seriously blow your mind. Atomic Doll, Shocked and Amazed, and OSI presents for you something that we're calling the Stay Inside Show. I could talk about it all night, but I think if we show you the trailer, you get a much better idea of what you're in for. cats. Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure what we've gotten ourselves into. I am afraid someone is going to just chop their own head off with a chainsaw. And that'll be the end of OSI, right? We'll get sued, and that'll be the end.
Wrongful deaths left and right.
Wrongful death. I am a fantasy person. Most of what I do is just robots and monsters and things that aren't real. I thought this whole world of sideshow stuff was just a trick. Mostly tricks, right? It's okay. And then now that I'm kind of behind the curtain because I'm involved with the production and I'm going to be presenting these acts to you, I'm realizing that they're really like throwing axes at people and throwing knives and setting fires and swallowing swords, and quite frankly, it geeks me out. I mean, I'm going to be biting my nails and genuinely scared. I had so much of it, more appreciation. I guess I'm wired differently than other people, but I had an appreciation for it because I knew, I'm like, oh wow, that looks totally real, but that's a trick, and that's what I liked about it. Is
then
that
I'm
it was a trick.
And I'm like, no, they're just throwing knives at her.
So yeah, it's a different thing because, like, it's just like when people come up to me because I'm a horror person. They're like, "Oh, hey, are you into serial killers?" No, those are real people who die. No, so it's so for me, this is I'm going to be genuinely on the edge of my seat with a lot of this stuff. So please join Mr. Lobo while he has a nervous breakdown next week, presenting to you some amazing thrills and chills and spills on the Stay Inside show. It's going to be really amazing. We're going to show it to you on Friday, and then we'll have an encore presentation on Saturday, and we may throw in a movie or something afterwards. But then the week after that, after next week, we will be back on track with the Watch Party Double. We know how much these mean to you, and we're going to keep them going. Watch Party Double feature. This one is going to be called the Red Noir Double feature. Other than the two movies both having sort of allusions to the color red, the two movies are also starring Edward G. Robinson. Yeah, see? And Eddie, right?
Yeah.
Eddie
got Eddie Wood and Eddie Robinson.
Eddie Wood and Eddie Robinson. It's funny because, like, Eddie Wood seems right.
Yeah.
But then Eddie Robinson,
yeah.
Oh God,
couldn't imagine anyone calling him that. Not twice, anyway.
No, he probably would kill someone. Give him a Colombian necktie, which is one of the sideshow tricks that you're going to see next Friday. Anyway, Red Noir, which is kind of funny. It sounds like a wine, right?
Yeah.
Red Noir. The other thing is that I think it's extra cheeky because noir means black. So it's red, black, which is about as dumb as you could expect coming from us. So that's I guess, 2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
Is that. But for tonight, we have for you the Wild Wood double feature, which is basically two Ed Wood films. The second Ed Wood film tonight is going to be Bride of the Monster, our live show that we did last year.
Just last year.
At the Bow Theater. And we will definitely have anecdotes about that episode. And then up front, we have Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap, which we will have anecdotes in the intermission about also. But I don't want to give those anecdotes to you right now because I feel like we've gone super long on this intro. But secondly, I feel like I don't want to spoil the episode entirely for you. And I feel like some of the behind-the-scenes stuff could spoil this episode for you. But I do want to say it's the first appearance of Larry Servo, which is a parody of Mystery Science Theater that we've done a couple of times on the show. We probably should stop before we really get sued by Mystery Science Theater. But this was an idea I had basically to express that it's not as easy as it looks. I think everybody who gets a couple of beers in them thinks that they can do what the guys from Mystery Science Theater do. And honestly, it takes a lot of work, and that's a magic trick, what they're doing. That is something to where it appears effortless, but there's a lot
of work behind it.
Yeah, they've got a whole writer's room. They've got a green screen. They've got a teleprompter counting them down to when they're supposed to deliver those lines.
Half the time, the character delivering the line isn't the person who wrote it. Sometimes they don't even actually get the joke.
Sometimes they don't know their own jokes. Yeah, so it is a magic trick. And it's an amazing thing, and in lesser hands,
sucks.
Yeah, a lot. And lesser, and you need to be brilliant to make it work the way that it works. And I thought that was needed to be said, and I think, hopefully that's what comes across with this episode. So Larry Servo is in there. Larry Limones is a guy who is a very creative, talented guy. He also cosplays, and he built himself a Tom Servo. And he does the voice pretty good, I think. Yeah. To my ear, it sounds like him. So I thought it would be fun to have Larry come on as Tom's less fun brother. The other point of fact is we have Real 7 girl Marjorie.
I think it's her first appearance, isn't it, in the show?
Yeah, I think she might be called Candy Graves in this episode. But she's a recurring Real 7 girl, and we love Marjorie. She's great, but she plays an usherette in this episode.
She let us take over her apartment during the
during the live show. That was our base camp, was her apartment. But Marjorie is wearing a usherette costume that was featured on 2 different horror host programs before ours. Peaches Christ did a special for Monsters HD. And so this is a usherette uniform from Peaches Christ that was borrowed by Elvira for the Elvira revival in 2012 when they brought back movie Macabre. So then you've got so it went from Peaches Christ's Midnight Mass to Elvira's movie Macabre, finally to Mister Lobo's Cinema Insomnia by way of some fake Mystery Science Theater BS that we mixed in there too. So there's a lot of horror host history happening.
Crossing the streams.
A lot of crossing the streams, which is very dangerous to do. Speaking of crossing the streams, this movie was not known to be an Ed Wood movie. So it was very kind of exciting to discover that this was indeed an Ed Wood movie. Ed Wood was one of the most prolific writers of the 20th century, and I'm not saying that to be funny. He really was. He was a Guinness Book fast typist. He could write a screenplay in 3 days. So he had a lot of people having him write stuff for him. He wrote in magazines and books and pulp magazines and smut, and so much has been written by Ed Wood. And so sometimes if you're watching a movie, and a lot of it was under pseudonyms and ghostwriting, so sometimes if you're watching a movie and you're thinking, boy, this seems like an Ed Wood movie, he might have been involved in it somewhere. In Cult Movies magazine, and please someone correct me if I'm wrong, Fred Olen Ray interviewed Ed Wood sometime before he died and tried to get Ed Wood to confess to as many things that he may have worked on or may have been involved in. One of the things that came up in that list was a movie called Body of the Prey, or Venus Flytrap, which seemed to be one of those things that just vanished, that nobody knew about. And then it became very obvious that the movie Revenge of Dr. X was not really Revenge of Dr. X, People have been collecting this movie and circulating this movie, but those titles were just added on. It's like the people that it's telling you the stars are. It's like Angelique Pettyjohn and Ronald Jeremy. And all these, this is not that movie. These credits are clearly from the 70s or 80s, and the movie was made in the late 60s. So, you know, it's a funny thing that when it was realized that, like, oh no, this is just Venus Flytrap with different credits attached to it in distribution. Probably someone was just trying to steal it, right? Yeah. Put different credits on it and threw it out there. And then we kind of pieced it back together to go, oh no, this is one of those lost Ed Wood things. And Ed Wood wrote this movie and was involved in the production. I don't know if he was the director. I don't think he was actually the director of the film. But
yeah, they say he wasn't, but how much can you trust the credits when they're not the credits?
Yeah, so, you know, it
could be another pseudonym.
It could be another pseudonym, or it could be that he was very involved and somebody else was taking the, you know.
And a lot of times whoever is credited as the director didn't actually do any directing.
Yeah, you've been a lot of productions where the person who's credited as the director is not the director. That happens, people.
Yeah. Where they ask to put my name on it, and I'm like, absolutely not.
But a lot of times they try to make, then they put my name on it, right?
Yeah,
Alan Smithy, yeah. You know.
I passed, a dog passed, and then your name ended up on it. True story.
My other fake name. But, you know, so, gosh darn it, now I'm totally confused. Sorry. But this movie may have had some direction from Ed Wood, but it certainly was written by Ed Wood.
Yeah.
Enough to where we call it Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap.
And he's got his hands in it enough that you recognize Ed Wood touches.
Yes, for sure. And you actually see things that he's lifted from other things he's written. It's just
the stock footage.
It's so Ed Wood. Yeah, a lot of stock footage. It is really Ed Wood. It hurts, especially in Ed Wood-o vision.
Yeah.
We did make the film black and white, and people always ask why we did that. One, I feel like it makes it better somehow.
Color copies look horrible.
And the other reason is that the color copies are really, you know, after you have like a 5th or 6th generation tape copy of something, the color starts to bleed and smear, and you really lose the image. And I felt bringing it down to black and white brought it out more to where you can really actually watch it. So that was my artistic decision of how to present this to you in the best way to give it a chance. And a few other things that we felt that since we didn't have credits on this film that really belonged to it, we were then tasked with putting real credits or credits we thought Ed Wood would want to see on his creation. So you will see that in this film, but I am going to warn you, this is not for the faint of heart. This is not an easy watch, this first film tonight. I would say that Bride of the Monster is probably Ed Wood's most exciting and most accessible film.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like Body of the Prey / Venus Flytrap is probably one of the hardest ones to stay with. Wouldn't you agree?
Definitely one of them.
Yeah. But it does have a monster in it at least.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to have to ask you now, as I have in the past, to take the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. Let me stand down. And now, Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fan Group Watch Party Wild Wild Wood Double Feature proudly presents the first of 2 classic Cinema Insomnia episodes. Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap. Ed Woodovision.
Greetings, people of the future. On this day of your year, we decided to open up the vault and dig out another time capsule from the raw and puckered annals of our Cinema Insomnia history. We now present to you, for educational purposes only, a classic episode from our library, reconstructed with the best elements known to TV science. Enjoy.
In the very recent present, inside of your TV, a guy named Mister Lobo was hosting the late movie. His ratings were going down the chute. He was losing all of his fans to boot. The feature was stinking up the place, so his bosses pressured him to pick up the pace. He tried to add some boobies, like other hosts you'll find. Elvira, and added a sexy usherette when Miss Mittens left him behind. Ha ha ha. Well, Mr. Lobo made a call to his old pal in the end, La Larry, because he looks identically like a famous robot friend. Robot roll call. So, if you're wondering about how he gets away with ripping off MST, and repeat to yourself, it's just satire, a fair use of parody. On Cinema Insomnia 3000.
Tonight's feature is brought to you in Wood-O-Vision, an Edward D. colorization. Because even color can't save this movie. I'm Mr. Lobo. The year was 1994. A runaway comet hurtled between the Earth and the Moon, causing cosmic destruction. And director Tim Burton made a biocomedy about misunderstood, alcoholic, cross-dressing exploitation artist Edward D. Wood Jr., the writer and director of Plan 9 from Outer Space, and his adventures with his weird and wacky pals trying to make so bad they're good films in Hollywood. Even though Tim Burton's film was actually award-winning and critically acclaimed, so good it's good, it unfortunately was a bomb at the box office. Many walked out of the theater. The choice of black and white confused many, including some projectionists who just couldn't manage to keep it in focus. They were using those old cameras. That doesn't even make sense. It's not even good science. It's not an excuse. Mr. Lobo feels kind of bad about asking for his money back now, since the film didn't actually make any money, and since it didn't make any money and Disney never holds on to its copyrights, we're going to present to you now Oscar Whiting, Martin Landau, and the frightening man boy Johnny Depp in the role of a low lifetime, Ed Wood. Well, apparently Disney is still holding out for some mainstream success with that one. So instead, we're going to go the other way. Do you really want to know Ed Wood? Do you want the real stuff? Do you think you can take it? Well, I, Mr. Lobo, as a duly appointed saint in the Church of Ed Wood, happen to own a lost VHS tape given to me by Reverend Steve that's so bad, it's bad. Put on your Wood-O-Vision glasses and make peace with your God as Cinema Insomnia loudly presents Edward D. Wood Jr.'s Venus Flytrap.
Oh, my friend, how far have you progressed from the Stone Age? How far have we advanced from the ooze and the slime? Why is it that our miracle men of science are so helpless against the onslaught by Mother Nature? man in the clutches of inhuman greed and lust will destroy not only himself, but the very earth that gave him life. The fortunate few who survive must find new worlds. Perhaps the moon, or Mars. Perhaps Venus.
Reagan here. Yes, of course.
Dr. Bragan?
All eyes seem to be out of cigarettes.
Dr. Bragan, I'm a non-smoker.
Oh, excuse me. My mind is not working. There's so many things.
Center of the storm, 100 miles south. Wind direction changed again to north-northeast. Wind velocity here, 8 miles per hour. Lift off to countdown now at 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 4 seconds.
How in the hell can anybody be so utterly stupid as to build a rocket base on the coast of Florida?
There's always another day.
Another day? There's been too many other days. Days! It's all right, Paul. I'll be all right. Just a minute. Just give me a minute, please.
Oh. I won't say it.
You don't have to. I know what you think. Bragan here. Yes, where? Well, thank you. It's right here. Paul, it's right here. The wind direction was west by northwest. By golly, we're going to make it this time. That baby is going to fly.
You lost me, Doctor. Has there been a change?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this phone call. There was a storm moving in on us, but it seems to be veering off in this direction, see? Now, if the wind velocity holds at its present reading, that will give us just enough time. Paul, proceed as scheduled. Destination.
The months will pass quickly, and all the stress and disappointments and past failures, they're all behind us now.
True. True.
Here you go.
Thanks. Just what I need.
You need more than a drink.
Doctor, you think my mind is failing?
No, failing? No, Doctor. Your present work proves that. But then I think you are overworked. A doctor? It certainly wouldn't hurt to have one look you over.
Work? I thrive on it, and you know it.
Dr. Bragan, my old friend, you've been at this 365 days a year for 5 years. You're tired. We need men like you with your intelligence. I'm merely suggesting, Dr. Bragan, that all of us, at some time, find ourselves in need of a little rest, a little care.
Now, what hospital would you suggest?
Hospitals are for the sick. I'd suggest a long trip, maybe to my country. You have all summer.
Paul Nakamura, you're a very capable assistant. More, a good friend.
And it's only a matter of recordings until the capsule reaches its destination.
All summer. I was set to visit your country once. In college, botany was my major. I was to study the relationship between the giant sequoia in California and the ancient Cryptomeria in Japan. But there was a war, remember? Mathematics became all important. Botany had to take a back seat. After the war, more mathematics. Mathematics more complicated than ever before in history.
Dr. Bregan, Japan is very beautiful at this time of the year.
You know, I do believe you're trying to tell me something. And keep me posted if anything happens.
Now, don't you worry, Dr. Bregan. You're sure you won't change your mind about driving up the coast?
No, I find driving very relaxing, and besides, I might find some interesting flora and fauna along the way.
Well, just remember that your flight leaves at 0900 on Monday.
I'll be there on time.
And my cousin will meet you at the Tokyo airport.
Yes, Paul.
And everything's in the trunk.
Yes, Paul.
Well, goodbye, Dr. Bregan. Have a nice trip.
Thank you so much.
Miss Mittens, just keep your pot on, okay? There is a man-eating plant in this film. I promise. Just hang on. It's coming, okay? The movie's just starting to warm up. You know, it's just getting you in the mood. Just starting to boil. Nice car, though. Is that like a 66 Dodge Charger town car? Probably handles like a powder blue Sherman tank. Well, at least you're still with us. Cinema Insomnia will be right back. Seriously, it goes somewhere.
Join the Dodge Rebellion with the Dodge Boys.
Charger, new leader of the Dodge Rebellion. Muscle enough to catch anything on the road. Available with 4 barrels, dual exhaust, V8 power, hideaway headlights, 4 roomy bucket seats. Fabulous new full-size fastback. Charger.
And that's not all Charger is. It's also a sports wagon. These bucket seats fold down flat to give you a cargo space 7.5 feet long. Enough to carry skis or whatever you please. Aren't you ready to join the Dodge Rebellion? Drive the Charger. Then price it. You'll be surprised. And that's where the Dodge Boys start to deal. Go see the Dodge Boys. They're wonderful guys to deal with.
Howdy, folks. Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
The dinosaurs have the capability of mental telepathy. All living creatures talk with telepathy. Your cats, your dogs, all of them.
So what brings you out to the art exhibit today?
One of the coolest things that I learned was that the Tillamook Lighthouse killed a lot of people and that they later turned it into a crematorium.
The world's first MMA fight between 2 quadriplegics, and we are going out with a bang as a fundraiser to help me achieve my dream of climbing Mount Adams.
And what planet do you come from?
Zorax, actually.
Pacific Northwind!
your movie host, Mr. Lobo, for Alpha Video, letting you know that we have a special treat for you this Halloween. It's Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Bob Wilkins Halloween special. When Mr. Lobo was a little tyke, he loved staying up late Saturday nights and watching Bob Wilkins host creature features. And as an adult, it was an amazing treat to come to the Sacramento City Cemetery and sit out there with Bob and talk about our favorite Halloween movies. If you would, it would mean the world to Mr. Lobo if you would make this show part of your Halloween party this year. You, me, Bob Wilkins, and some of the best and spookiest and creepiest and ookiest Halloween things of all time. It's gonna be sweet. Tonight's feature is deliberately paced, is packed with clumsy Edward D. Wood Jr. dialogue, made even clumsier by a cast of washed-up actors and wet-behind-the-ears ESL students, is as dull as a box of rusty garden tools, and truly dares you to stay awake. Mr. Lobo is going to have to ask you, as I have in the past, to take the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position and repeat after me. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. Hurts more every time. And now, back to tonight's man-made, man-eating plant feature. I hope it grows on you. Edward D. Wood Jr.'s Venus Flytrap.
Anybody around? Hello? Hello? Well,
Howdy.
hello there.
Heard you chugging in there. Heard you honking and hollering and everything. Expect you got some trouble, huh?
Well, I sure have.
Just think how much trouble both of us would have had if I'd let old Ernie and Gordon here go right quick like.
Now, don't you do that.
They've been right sickly lately, and I'm going to have to send them back where they belong for a spell. There'll hold them.
Are they poisonous?
Yep, millions of them around these parts. Now, what's your trouble, mister?
I don't know. I seem to have plenty of gas.
Well, sir, why don't I take a look at your car? Why don't you take a look at my snakes? No charge. Even got one of the little old coral snakes in there.
Well, I'm telling you, snakes have never been of any interest to me.
Oh, snakes is of interest to everybody, even if they scared them. So go on in.
Venus Flytrap.
Hey, where'd you get your gas last?
At the base at Cape Kennedy. Why?
That figures I don't see how they ever got a racket off the ground. Your fuel line's all clogged up.
Well, can you fix it?
Of course I can.
Take you long?
Might take a spell. Make yourself at home with my snakes.
That plant, is it for sale?
Now, what would a fella like you be wanting with a little old bug catcher like her? Nope. She ain't for sale. Too small. But there's plenty more out in the swamp there where she came from. Help yourself. Hey, shovel up at the back gate there. You're welcome to it.
It's a good thing that's so small. A big one could take an arm off.
Yes, it could at that.
Dr. Bregan. Bregan Dr. Bregan, I've been expecting you. Is everything nicely taken care of for you?
Yes, I seem to have passed.
Good. I really hope you have a most delightful visit to Japan.
Thank you.
Welcome once again. Thank you. Good luck, Dr. Bregan. Thank you.
Dr. Bregan?
Yes?
I am Noriko Hamamura, cousin to your assistant, Paul Nakamura, who informs me now I am to be your guide and your assistant.
That Paul. He forgot to mention that his cousin was... Well, now, you're an unexpected pleasure. And I might add, a very beautiful one.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Dr. Bregan.
It was you who made all the arrangements.
With the help of your friend in the American consulate, who sends you his best regards and hopes you will dine with him soon.
That would be nice. I must call Norman and thank him.
I have arranged for your hotel, and your luggage will be taken care of. Your pleasure, Dr. Bregan.
Well, I could use some refreshments. I believe you are my assistant and my guide. Lead on.
Come. Slippers.
What a charming place.
A bit of old Japan, Dr. Bregan.
Beautiful, beautiful. Noriko, an excellent suggestion.
どうぞ。いらっしゃいませ。I order sake.
Wood.
お酒お願いします。Something special?
Very.
I'm not to ask.
For the time being, no.
A time and a place?
Yes, a time and a place.
This really, really is a man-eating plant movie. Okay, I promise, okay? I told you to be patient. Just be patient with this movie. Okay, you have some gripes. Yes, there should be more air holes in the box. I agree. How did Dr. Bregan get past customs? Well, It's probably a lot easier to bring a carnivorous plant into Japan than it is to bring fruit into California. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back. Just hang in there.
Have you been injured in a skateboard or skateboard-related accident? Do you need a lawyer? I'm not a poser. I'm a hardcore skate punk like you, and I know the law. This is actually my skateboard. Pretty tight, huh?
Brad is like totally cool. I fell down in front of the courthouse, he got my medical expenses paid, and he got me a bag.
That's right. I'll even get you a bag. I'm not here to judge you. That's the court's job. I'm a hardcore skate punk like you, and I know the law. And more importantly, I know how to help you break it.
Don't delay. Call Rat Abrams and Associates today. Look for our ad in Thrasher magazine.
Later days, dudes.
Outer Space International. Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74. What if someone finally had the answers to all your burning questions? Should I shave my beard in 2017?
How do I feel
like a better person? How do I feel a better person in 2017?
How do I stop asking
inane questions about 2017? The answer is in one audio disc book tape. Mr. Lobo's Hypnosis for Hipsters will help you self-meditate your mega mental energy for better think smarts. Your juice will taste better. Your dreams more rectangular. You will finally bend to Mr. Lobo's will. Get Hypnosis for Hipsters today from Outer Space International. Only $19.99. Includes informative booklet and autographed photo of your self-help guru, Mr. Lobo, to inspire you in your most desperate times. Visit OSI74.com.
Look into the hypnotic eye.
Our goal is to satisfy your visual appetite and to give you a fix for your visual addiction.
Watching TV, and I'm feeling okay.
Well, hopefully we've shown you things you haven't seen before. Things that make you just go, what the hell was that all about?
Count Dracula sleeps in this coffin, but rises every night at sunset. Chick is right. This is awful silly stuff.
Come on, take it all out.
Wow! Look out, Chick! Come here! Samantha, come here! Wait a minute!
The nation's top comics, Abbott and Costello. Petrified, but hilariously. Plus the dangerous and terrifying Wolfman, played by Lon Chaney. Plus that fiend out of a nightmare, the vampire Batman, Count Dracula, played by Bela Lugosi. Plus the most dreaded creature of them all, the Frankenstein monster, played by Glenn Strange. Plus a couple of luscious but designing females in the spookiest laugh fest on record.
You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Russell, sir.
How are we doing in the ratings? Oh, really? Really? Audiences think it's the most unwatchable episode I've ever done. That is really saying something. Why did I choose to make the film black and white when it's originally in color? Well, sir, don't you... Oh, yeah, really? The worst color film does better in the ratings than the best black and white film? Can't believe that. Well, how does the worst black and white film do? I see. Well, Mr. Russell, what you don't understand is that we're trying to appeal to a hip, sophisticated, cult movie audience. Advertisers aren't interested in smart viewers. Okay, yes, you've said that before. That's... What? Do I really like movies like this, or do I just hate myself? What kind of question is that? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Oh, excuse me. And now back to Lost in the Translation meets Little Shop of Horrors, as Edward D. Wood Jr. always imagined it, Venus Flytrap.
I took the liberty of asking my professor at the university, and he said he would be most happy to have you use his laboratories and greenhouse.
That was most kind of him and of you. But for the time being, I'd prefer something more remote. Perhaps I've been around too many people lately. I'd like to know if I want seclusion, I could have it.
I know the perfect place. It has a greenhouse and plenty of seclusion. That's where I became interested in botany.
It sounds great. Where is it?
High in the mountains near Karuizawa. It has been abundant for years. I'm sure my father would certainly want you to use it.
Is it much farther?
Doctor, when you permitted me to be your assistant, you also accepted me as your guide. Driving, Dr. Bregan.
I can understand why your father decided this wasn't a good place for a resort hotel.
All it needed was a new road, but the cost was too much. I haven't been up here for years. I don't know what to expect. An active volcano. Another reason for the decline of my father's property. Frightening. But it's not dangerous.
I hope you're right. Let's get out of here.
Not much farther.
I hope not.
It's not what I remember.
It's what I'd forgotten.
I don't understand, Doctor.
Just leave it that way. It's what I'd nearly forgotten. On the contrary, I couldn't have designed it any better for my plans.
Come, let me show you the hotel.
Good.
Watch out!
Well, what the?
He is a caretaker for my father, and we startled him. As I said before, Asama only looks dangerous most of the time. My father said some of the rooms are still furnished. You'll be comfortable here. This is our dining room.
He certainly is an odd character.
Can I get you a cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
I can get rid of him if you like.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. He can't help his appearance, and he probably couldn't hold a job anyplace else.
My father said he's a good worker.
I'm sure he's quite capable.
It's a lonely life up here. I suppose that's why he took the job. No one to stare at him. Some people can be very unkind.
I understand. Well, it's been a long day. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to my room. Thank you again, and good night.
Good night, Doctor. Come on.
What was that?
That's Kawai's watchdog.
It's a fierce beast, but probably good to have around. I don't want anybody spying once we start to work.
Come, let's look around.
Oh, where's the greenhouse? I want to see that first.
It's over there.
Excellent, excellent.
It's in rather good shape. Old Kawai is somewhat of a gardener and has been taking care of it.
Good, let's have a look.
They're at the greenhouse, Miss Mittens. The greenhouse. You know what that means, right, Miss Mittens? Miss Mittens? Miss Mittens? Oh, I get it. You stay for Super Wheels, and you leave for the man-eating plant bit? Amateur! Well, I hope you will stay with Mr. Lobo. Please don't leave me.
Hello. I'm Orson Welles. I direct films and act in them. What we're always trying for, of course, is perfection. In a film, that's only a hope. But with G&G, you can rely on it. Perfection. G&G. Nika whiskey.
All systems go.
Hey, Midnighters. Hey, yo. The man with the goodies is here. I got stuff you might want. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. I got buttons. I got t-shirts. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. Makes you feel real good. T-shirts. So you know what I can do for you? Every time you buy something, I'll send you a fan club membership card. So if you buy a patch, I'll send you a fan club membership card. If you buy an autographed picture with your name on it, when I've got your name, I'll send you a fan club membership card. And you can give that one to a friend. Remember, any friend of a Midnighter has got one friend. All right, yeah.
Go to the OSI 74 shop to buy your Midnight Frights merchandise. Your #1 source for Midnight Movie merchandise, the OSI 74 shop.
There's more in our store. Shop OSI 74.
Across this great nation, almost everyone has been affected in one way or another by this terrible tomato onslaught. Mrs. Williams, I understand your husband is missing.
Yes,
Do you think he's dead?
Well,
Will you miss him?
Well,
Will you marry again? What if he's laying in a ditch somewhere, with both his legs calling your name? You will have to find another man, you know. You're no spring chicken.
Lives are shattered. The nation is in chaos. Death and destruction sweeps the country. Foursquare Productions presents perhaps the funniest film ever made.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. You've never seen a film like it. This is the incredible story of the world's ultimate disaster. Vicious man-eating tomatoes grow to monstrous proportions. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. You've never seen anything like it.
She left me. The houseplant co-host leaves Mr. Lobo in the middle of the man-eating plant movie. I can't do any of my prepared plant jokes now. This turkey is going to stuff Mr. Lobo in the ratings. Ed Wood curse strikes again. Of course. Why didn't I put it together before? The premiere Bride of the Monster rained out. Nobody showed up. Plan 9 from Outer Space live show. Mysterious projector hum through the entire second half of the movie. We never figured out where it came from. Mr. Lobo is cast in the remake of Plan 9 from Outer Space. I miss my flight. I lose my luggage. My rental car breaks down. I come back home from the gig. The Lobo-mobile breaks down. My mind is reeling. How could my luck get any worse? All right, Mr. Lobo. Let's get a grip. We've got work to do. And now back to the film that put the final nail in the cardboard coffin of James Craig's career and mine. Edward D. Ward Jr.'s Venus Flytrap.
Excellent. Just excellent.
Rudolph, get away from that.
Don't kill it! That box is not to be disturbed. Do you hear? If I can't have what I want here, then I'll have to find a place somewhere else. No one, do you understand? No one is to disturb this box.
Did you find it?
Yes, a bucket full.
Come and sit down.
It'd be good to rest for a while.
There is a time. All must rest. Coffee?
No, thanks. Yes, I expect so. I have been a little aggravating the past few days, haven't I? Now, you don't have to answer that. I know I have.
Doctor, I am your assistant and a very good botanist. I am sure if you just allow me, I could be a considerable assistance.
Norco, do you have any idea what's out there?
Do any of us? Stars, planets, other galaxies, perhaps life as we know it.
Perhaps soon we'll know. My life has been out there. It still seems to be. It's my probe, my project, that speeds on its way to another planet, to search its depth, its soil, its life, perhaps. Its mysteries, when there are so many mysteries right here on our own planet we haven't even solved. We haven't even scraped the upper regions of the ocean, let alone its farthest depths. Now, we feel that life came first from the ocean. But do we know it as fact? If it is fact, then all animal life, also human beings, are derived from plant life.
I'd never thought of it that way before.
Well, think of it, girl. Think of it. Think of the possibilities out there and here at the same time.
May I help, please?
Can you keep an open mind?
Can you ask me that after the last few days?
It will be dark before we get home, and it's beginning to look like rain. Hey, will you get him out of here and tell him to take that howling mutt with him?
使うのよだから外へ出して。
Come closer. Careful. A slight shot could damage the plant.
Then it is a plant.
One completely alien to Japan. I protected it and kept it alive all the way from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Must be pretty important.
What I have in mind for it is the important thing. For a while, I thought it was dying. So far gone, I couldn't revive it. But I found through a mixture of mountain sand and crushed lava rock, I was not only able to revive it, but to strengthen it. You know what it is?
I've never seen anything like it.
Watch.
Why, it's carnivorous.
Attention, Cinsomniacs. It's now time for another Insomniac Mail Sack. Mr. Lobo, here's that mailman coming now. Thank you, Commander Cody, U.S. Postal Service. Actual letter from John Waters, Baltimore, Maryland. Really? Picture of John Waters and Peaches Christ, both of whom have yet to be on Mr. Lobo's show. And the letter goes like this. Salutations, Mr. Lobo. If I had directed the remake of Plan 9 from Outer Space like I should have, I certainly wouldn't have cast you as Criswell. I knew Criswell. Criswell was a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Criswell. Your friend, John Waters. Well, John, sorry to read that, since you're really not going to like Mr. Lobo's next project. It's an 11-hour miniseries for Bravo called The John Waters Story, starring Peaches Christ as John Waters and myself as his sidekick Divine. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
Right now, I'm surprised and entertained.
今、ジョージ・ルーカスを驚かせ、楽しませているもの。キューヘッドの高画質。ナショナル・マックロード・ムービー。
It's something new.
I'm Dick Doodle, lead anchor of Unsport 74, bringing you hard-hitting interviews. How long have you been a part of the I wear a yellow headband and I will never get laid team?
This is my second year on the team.
That's the Virgin team, right?
Yes.
I came back bigger, I'm stronger.
Someone's pretty full of himself. Jim, cut the goddamn feed. Don't need this smug bastard on anymore. Featuring Unsport from all reaches of the galaxy. Expert analysis from Sir Mittens Merriweather, Royal Kingsley, Pierre LaPuck, Public Domain Fleischer Cartoon Clark Kent, and the rest of the Unsport 74 news team. So, this is Dick Doodle reminding you, don't be a good sport, be an unsport.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my pants, putting suckers in fear, making the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass go boom, explosive, overpowering over the competition. I'm towering, record stop when I drop these lyrics that'll make you call the cops. Don't you dare stare. You better
believe we have a very huge problem.
Destroying the whole town.
Dead guy.
Shortly after dusk, a centralized hub of an unknown form of kinetic energy formed here. After its formation, it sent out a shockwave, or pulse, of the energy. The only recently dead humans seem to be affected by the energy. And to make matters worse, these recently dead humans are being controlled. Whatever did this, it's not from here.
The town has been quarantined. No one leaves this sector alive.
Identify yourself.
And we need a plan.
I got him.
If you're just waking up, you're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Darwin called you Dionea Muscipula. I christen you Insectivorous, more commonly known as a Venus flytrap. Now watch this.
I don't understand.
That plant can reason. The ant was too small to be of any food value. It wasn't worth the plant's time or digestion to bother with it. It simply allows the thing it rejects to escape. It's little wonder Charles Darwin became interested. He called it the most wonderful plant in the world. Perhaps he had another theory about the origin of life. This plant can think and reason. Then why can't it be human? Perhaps the lightning will become your father. What do you know of the Venus vesiculosa?
Well, it's a long tubular plant that waves back and forth on the ocean floor and devours hapless marine life that come its way.
Yes, a tubular marine plant that devours prey. Now, from a Venus flytrap, landbound. And the Venus vesiculosa, what about? Can you imagine what a potential of a giant those two plants grafted into each other would be?
Then you know of the Venus vesiculosa?
I'll know more when I get to Tokyo.
How long will we be there?
As long as it takes me to order the equipment. Ready? Roku, would you make arrangements for our rooms? I have something I want to do.
Certainly.
And please tell the bell captain to call me a taxi. I'm going to take a train to Tokyo. I'll call you as soon as I'm clear.
Dr. Reagan, don't you think it would be wiser if I start ordering the material you require? Our time is short.
Good. I'll meet you here for dinner about 7.
Uh-huh.
Good. The motor station.
It's intermission time, folks, and that means it's time for a tasty snack. How about a stroll over to the refreshment counter for a delicious bite to eat? You don't have to worry about missing any part of the show because our announcer will let you know 3 minutes before the show starts again. See you over at the refreshment counter.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hello, I'm John Waters, and I'm supposed to announce there is no smoking in this theater, which I think is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard of in my life. How can anyone sit through a length of a film, and especially a European film, and not have a cigarette? But don't you wish you had one right now? And I'm telling you that smoke anyway. It gives ushers jobs, and if people didn't smoke, there would be no employment for the youth of today. So once again, no smoking in this theater.
The similarity between a Venus flytrap and a bear trap is quite remarkable, isn't it? The general appearance, the teeth, the action. Now, the bear trap has a trigger right there. And if that trigger is pushed, now the Venus flytrap has a trigger also. In fact, it has 6 of them, 3 on each side. But there's a difference. The bear trap doesn't know a bear from a piece of wood, but the Venus flytrap does. You see, to touch the trigger hair just once is not enough. Nothing happens. But if we touch the trigger hairs more than once, and at just the right intervals, the trap is sprung. You see, no energy is wasted on a twig or a leaf that might fall into the trap. But even more amazing is how those trigger hairs work. There is actually a flow of electrical current from those tiny trigger hairs to the apex of the plant. And when anything touches them, the flow of current is interrupted. A correct number of these negative impulses will cause the trap to spring. If the insect struggles to get away, more pulses cause the trap to close even tighter. Man may have thought he built a better mousetrap, but he's never built one like this. Why, the trap is also a stomach. The animal will soon be digested by the plant, and in a few days, the Venus flytrap will be open for business again. Now that action of the jaws snapping shut, it can take place in a 25th of a second. It can even catch flies. And yet the plant is completely devoid of muscle tissue. That flow of electric current, we know it's there. And yet the plant has no nervous system. How does it happen? Someday we'll know. The plant life of North America's bogs and swamps reveals that a master craftsman has laid out with intricate design a variety of traps to serve the needs of nature. Some of the traps are passive. The trumpet plant, for example, is a type of pitfall. It's composed of a long, slender tube which will average from 18 to 24 inches in length. Down inside the tube are tiny glands that produce a nectar, and the nectar serves to attract the insects. The cobra plant is another type of pitfall, and like all the others, it may be passive, but it's very effective. The hood of the plant is a maze of tiny windows. These appear to the trapped insects to be a way of escape. In a frustrated attempt for freedom, a false step usually occurs, and the insect adds to the daily mineral requirements of a carnivorous plant. Yet another type of pitfall is the pitcher plant. The shape of the leaves is responsible for its name. The leaves actually grow in such a manner that they form pitchers. Pitchers that are 6 to 8 inches deep and as much as 1 to 2 inches wide. Most of the pitfalls simply allow the prey to follow the line of least resistance. Getting out, however, is an entirely different matter. The tiny hairs on the welcome mat suddenly become spears that surround a prison. When an insect topples in, a pool of death awaits below. The liquid will put him to sleep and then digest him. The traps always eat what they catch. Beautiful, isn't it? But these are not flowers. They're leaves of the sundew plant, nature's own brand of flypaper, and they're covered with bright red hairs. The glands that manufacture the sticky secretion are located at the ends of these hairs, and it is through these same glands that the food is assimilated by the body of the plant. Talk about your traps. This is a working model of one of the most fantastic traps ever built. Now the prey approaches, triggers the mechanism, this trap even resets itself. Now, can you imagine building all of this complicated mechanism into a trap the size of the head of this pin? God did it. The plant itself, the utricularia, lives beneath the surface of the water. Each of the small globular objects is a trap, much more complicated than our working model. The trap itself is so tiny that it will take a microscope to see it work. But if we're fortunate, we can actually see the plant trap tiny animals. Notice the guide hairs and the 3 small trigger hairs. Now, don't blink your eyes. You're liable to miss the catch. This little animal doesn't know which way to go, and he's just the kind of a fellow utricularia likes to have around. Did you see it? Well, I told you not to blink. You see, the catch is actually made in a 50th of a second. Now watch closely this time. When the trigger hairs are bent, the trap is sprung. And when an animal gets sucked inside, eventually he succumbs and is digested. Even the utricularia sometimes overeats. When we see such a complex mechanism as this, and remember it's no larger than the head of a pin, man's best traps look strangely cold and ineffective by comparison. Man's progress has not been due to discovery of new things, but merely to the uncovering of principles and devices that God ordained in nature.
This little boy, this little girl, their mother and father too. They all have an urge, and oh, what an urge.
words for something to munch and chew. Choo-choo. Now these are just swell, and this rings the bell. The popcorn is crispy and hot. Then others again have a terrible yen for a drink that hits the spot. Go, go. So if you want candy, the lobby is handy. A counter with sweets and a crew. With your kind permission, we'll have intermission. We're ready to serve all of you.
For relaxing times, make it Suntory time.
カットカットカットカット時間がないんだよ。ね、パッションがカメラテンション上げて。
with intensity.
Is that everything? I mean, it seemed like he said more than that.
Mr. Bob Hollis! よう来たな、ボブ。
You're a movie star. Yes,
Movie
I
pack,
should be
movie
doing.
movies.
Yeah. You know Rat Pack? Rat Pack?
Rat Pack.
A ring-a-ding-ding.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Kazo sent me my stockings. Lip them.
What?
Hey, lip my stocking.
Lip them? What? What are you doing?
My husband's a photographer, so he's here working. I wasn't doing anything, so I came along.
What do you do?
I'm not sure yet, actually. So what are you doing here?
Getting paid $2 million to endorse a whiskey. The good news is the whiskey works. Can you keep a secret? I'm trying to organize a prison break. We'd have to first get out of this bar, then the city, and then the country. Are you in or are you out?
I'm in.
How are you? I'm Bob.
You're probably just having a midlife crisis. Did you buy a Porsche yet?
You know, I was thinking about buying a Porsche.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be.
You'll figure that out. The more you know who you are and what you want, the less you let things upset you.
You really are having a midlife crisis, huh?
Laser beams are drilling. I'm holding my head, but I don't even feel it. Somebody's out for killing, but I'm not scared at all, cause I've already seen it. Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. Vampire girls are looking for the head of Hitler so they can bleed it. Giant monster cooking Tokyo with atomic fire to eat it. Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. I'm watching movies till dawn, or if there's nothing on, I say they're not bad movies, just misunderstood.
Attention, Insomniacs. Mr. Lobo must warn you that tonight's feature was used by the local poison control center to induce vomiting. Don't stay up late. It's not worth it.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. Because all you of Earth are idiots. Idiots.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. The whole world is under attack.
And a psychotic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, feeling okay. I'm watching TV.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. Mr. Lobo hopes you enjoyed tonight's intermission. Let's see what John Stanley's Creature Features Guide has to say about tonight's movie. Where is that book? We're going to need the book for the segment. Pardon me. Hello? What do you mean the usual stuff's not working? I see. This is bigger than ratings and demographics. We're dealing with the Ed Wood curse. Can't you feel that sucking sound deep in your bones? I can't sex it up like Elvira. She's showing the Werewolf of Washington and she's killing in the ratings? That doesn't even make any sense. Look, we are colleagues, not competitors. And frankly, Elvira has a couple of things that Mr. Lobo just doesn't have. I see. Yes, I do like my job. Well, like may be a strong word, but excuse me. And now back to the second half of tonight's feature, Ed Wood's justifiably lost and forgotten masterpiece, Venus Flytrap.
Seems like we just finished our last dive. It's cold up here and cold down there.
Well, maybe this weather will break soon. Suzuki and I are going up the beach about tomorrow. We'll fan out as long as time permits. And young lady, you'd better stay close to shore. Don't try going down too deep or staying too long. You understand? I just as soon not lose such a lovely assistant.
The nice things you say at times, Doctor.
Let's go then. What's your hurry?
It's been a long day, and you haven't said a word. I thought you might want to be alone for a while.
I have had solitude up to my ears. Oh, I remember once saying to you, I didn't want to be around people. I'd been crowded too much. But now...
Don't give up, Dr. Bragan. You're not fooling me. You know what you are? You are just plain old-fashioned tired. It's not people, it's not the solitude.
When I was out there this afternoon, I lost control of myself. I felt absolutely alone. I tried to tear up the whole ocean bottom with my bare hands.
That wasn't loneliness you felt. It was aggravation, frustration, because it is taking you so long to find your Venus vesiculosa.
Norco, thank you. Thank you for being you.
And how could you have been lonely down there? I was with you.
Maybe. Maybe when my work's finished here, there'll be time for other things.
Yamas.
Amas?
The famous woman divers of Chiba. They dive deeper than any human without artificial aids. It is their profession, gathering abalone and other mussels from the ocean bottom. They've been diving in these waters all their lives. And if the Venus vesiculosa is around here, they'll know, and where.
Well, why haven't you told me about this before?
Would you have listened before?
I guess you're right. I had to look for myself first. Well, how do you contact
Amos,
these?
that's the easy part. We'll contact them on the beach.
You contact them. Bring them here to me. I like to talk to people on my own terms, not theirs. Now, come on.
All right. おはようございます。ちょっと伺いたいことがあるんですけども、ここへ来てくださる？はい。みんな行こう。They understand what I was saying, but not what I was talking about. The Venus vesiculosa means nothing to them.
Then we'll have to show them a picture.
Do we have one?
There's several in this book you picked up for me.
I didn't know you brought it with you.
I had to do something with my nights. Let's
これ
see.
よ。あ、これね。あ、これ知ってるわ。見て。
There.
あ、これ？ちょっとこれ見て。
Where?
あの島の向こうだよ。
I don't need a translation for that. Where?
あの島の向こうなんですよ。
Good.
Mr. Lobo is not a witch, nor am I Elvira. My opponent would like you to believe that she's just like you, except with bigger, you know. Well, some of us are happy with the way God made us, and some of us are even happy with the kinds of films shown on late-night TV. I'm not saying that I am, but there are certainly worse films than Werewolf of Washington. Try Super Wheels on for size. Mr. Lobo would like to think that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. Now, another thing my opponent, Elvira, has neglected to tell you is that Mr. Lobo is even more like you, except with even bigger tits. I'm Mr. Lobo, and I approve this cleavage.
사요나라.
Garbage day! Huh? No!
We're here to get to the truth about werewolves in Washington.
Showtime tonight!
Don't mess around. You bring me down. Have to get about. Don't make the sound. Just move. Don't mess around. You bring me down. Have to get about. Don't make a sound. Just move out.
Now, the most menacing musical comedy ever to paint the silver screen, Dream, Little Shop of Horrors. Where did you get such a weird flair? Thrill to the romance.
Will you marry me?
Witness the drama.
You'll be a 10. You have a talent for causing things.
I've been saving all month for this. I think I need a root canal. I'm sure I need a long, slow root canal.
Feed me, cowboy! Feed me now! Savor the spectacle of the first plant in motion picture history ever to sing for its supper.
Now, I'm just a mean green mother from outer space and out there.
Starring Rick Moranis, Ellen Greene, Vincent Gardenia, with a special appearance by Steve Martin, James Belushi, John Candy,
Comfy?
and Bill Murray.
It's your professionalism that I respect.
Little Shop of Horrors.
Speaking of pandering to the feeble-minded, Mr. Lobo has been getting a lot of pressure from upstairs to sex things up a bit on the show like they do on other horror host programs. So now it's time for our lucky Reel 7 girl. The girl chosen by you, the insomniacs out there, to introduce the next reel of tonight's feature and hopefully boost ratings with males 18 to 24 in the third quarter of our program. Tell us a little bit about yourself, lucky Reel 7 girl. Maybe pout a little bit, lick your lips.
Sicken me. I have work to do.
Stage fright. What she meant to say was Cinema Insomnia proudly presents Edward D. Wood Jr.'s Venus Flytrap, a.k.a. Double Garden, a.k.a. Devil's Garden, a.k.a. The Revenge of Dr. X, a.k.a. Body of Prey, a.k.a. the worst day of Mr. Lobo's life.
Don't touch it. I'll fuse the Venus flytrap with the Venus vesiculosum. Be creating a whole new species. A plant. As human as the human element itself.
But that's impossible, Doctor.
Don't tell me anything is impossible. I refuse the word impossible. And you will also if you wish to continue with me. Damn.
Let me fix that.
It's nothing, it's only a scratch.
Even a scratch can be dangerous. Now, let me take care of it.
A bandage would get in my way. I have no time to waste. Excuse me, please. It looks more vicious than it is. However, don't you try it.
It's finished?
I said that's all I can do.
You know, Mr. Lobo's been getting a little pressure from the boys upstairs to make Cinema Insomnia like other hosted movie shows. Well, your pal Mr. Lobo has an ace up his sleeve. I have an old childhood chum who was my insurance agent, and he happens to resemble a certain celebrity. So let's give him a call.
We must now break for station identification.
Работает. Улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его.
Utopia Fantastica vis Cosmonauts on OSI 74.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history. The original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found at quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of Cult Movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the U.S. Can you prove it didn't happen?
Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Koppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
Creature of unholy vengeance, born in the heart of a man unjustly condemned to death.
In death I shall be stronger than you in life. I will come back from hell and make you pay for your crimes.
The tree monster. Oh, now, Norgu, I know about cannibalistic flowers, but this tree monster is utterly unbelievable.
Dr. Mason, you are a wise lady. But there are many things even the wisest of us do not know.
Land of superstition, terror, and violent hatred. Where beneath the surface of the Polynesian islands, the earth gives grotesque and terrible birth to a monstrous creature, sworn to kill and torture and destroy.
I beg you, pull up the roots so it will die before it murders everyone.
You know what? I have an eerie feeling that this thing knows what we're saying.
Pulse beat is almost human.
Don't be stingy at a time like this, dearie.
Relentlessly, the baranga pursues its prey. Impervious to destruction by mortal hands, ravaging the world in its madness.
We've got to find her. Let's go back. Come on.
Doc, I never saw anything like this. Those bullets bounce off like baby shot on a stone wall.
Mr. Lobo is under a little pressure from the boys upstairs to make Cinema Insomnia like other hosted movie shows. Well, Mr. Lobo happens to have an ace up his sleeve. An old school chum of mine who, well, he's my insurance agent, and he also has a very uncanny resemblance to a certain known celebrity. Let's give him a call, shall we?
Welcome to G-Surance. This call may be monitored for quality control. How can I make today more affordable and customer-friendly?
Greetings. Yes, I'd like to make some adjustments to my policy, please.
Well, I'd be happy to do that for you, sir. Do you have your G-Surance policy number?
Hold on. Larry, it's me.
Mr. Lobo?
Yes.
Pally, let me get your policy up on my screen.
Thank you.
How's the Lobo-mobile?
Not well, actually. She was emitting a noxious, foul smoke kind of thing, and now she's in a garage, and we're not driving her, and she's just staying there in that garage, and I'm still paying $145 a month. Is there some way we can adjust my policy so I'm paying less?
Sure, Mr. Lobo. Let's see, we'll reduce your mileage down to 0. That'll make your next payment due at the end of the month, let's see, $49.16. Would you like to make that payment now?
Could you bill me, please?
Sure.
Hey, wait! Your father will be the rain! Your paws are lightning!
Oh.
I'll get you some coffee.
Thank you, Noriko.
Will you be taking the cover off soon?
In all probability, tonight. The arms must not remain under the cover for too long a time. Needs the sunlight and the purity of rain. You heard the weather report?
In these mountains, it always rains at night this time of the year. Hot and black.
Just what I need.
You've been working too hard again. You must rest once in a while.
The success of my creation is all in the world that matters to me.
No matter how busy a woman is, she always finds time to eat and to rest. A man, he is different. He finds his strength in other things. I'm sorry if I sounded like a nagging fishwife. It will not happen again.
No. You're not at fault. You owe me no apologies. No scientist in the world could ask for a better assistant.
That's very nice of you to say.
But I mean it. Never once have I had to repeat orders. Never once has anything been mislaid. If something was needed, you were the first to know where it was to be found. And who would have known of the Amas and their role in life?
Now you bring the red to my face.
A little blush never hurt anybody. But we must hurry. It will take us most of the day to prepare the serums for tonight's unveiling.
Yes, Doctor.
And Noriko, please be sure and have a full bottle of brandy on hand. We may both need it before the night is through.
Kawai-san. Brandy ito onegai ne. No sooner said than done, as you Americans would say.
It must rain, it must rain. Everything depends on it.
It's early. See the clouds?
There's been clouds like those before, and thunder and lightning, and still it didn't rain.
It will rain.
You're always so damn positive about everything.
The first movement since the operation. It's alive.
Yes. But for how long? So much depends upon the rain.
Hey, rain!
Will there be anything else, Mr. Lobo?
Actually, yes. It's about the show. I was wondering if maybe, you kept bugging me to buy errors and emissions insurance. I'm thinking maybe of finally taking you up on that.
Are you still on the air?
Yes, we're still on the air, Larry. We've been doing the show for 10 years.
And you still don't have E&O insurance? You aren't still running all those old films. You're lucky you haven't been sued. You'll never get on a decent national network without E&O.
Well, Larry, maybe you could come down to the studio and give us an estimate so we can get some coverage.
Well, I'm off soon. I'll drop by in a few minutes.
All right, well, thanks, Larry. We'll see you soon. My friend, Larry Servo. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
You're watching OSI 74.
Don't cast away that annoying single in your wallet or purse when you could be supporting the creator of these cartoons via Patreon with that very same dollar. $1 for a full year of awesome phony cartoons. Please consider supporting the creator of this cartoon on Patreon with $1. That's all I ask of my minions. $1. $1 a year. And if you can't afford $1 a year, then you're in worse shape than I am. And you know what? I totally understand.
Hey there, video heads. Hey, 90s kids, why don't you show those VHS collectors where it's at and jump on the new trend of collecting digital versatile discs. We have 3 Cinema Insomnia discs for you. We have I Bury the Living, Horror Hotel, and Atomic Brain as a 3 DVD set. And for under $35, you can get them at the OSI 74 shop. Or you can get them as a special tier from our Patreon and support your favorite show at the same time. Sounds good, huh? So remember, that's the Atomic Brain, Horror Hotel, and I Bury the Living. 3 DVDs now at one low price. We used to gouge you for these, but we just can't get away with it anymore. So enjoy the savings and enjoy your misunderstood movies. This is Mr. Lobo signing off.
The world is shocked by a person who changed his sex. Thus, the strange case of Glenn, who was Glenda, one and the same person, not half man, half woman, but nevertheless man and woman in the same body. He dares to enter the street dressed in the clothes he so much desires to wear. Glenn is engaged to be married to Barbara. Glenn's problem is a deep one, but he must tell her soon. She's begun to notice things. Soon she will realize. He learned that foreign doctors were doing marvelous work with a sex change. Man to woman, woman to man.
first place, so paying a lot to insure them doesn't make any sense. Oh, hi, greetings. This is Mr. Lobo, and I'm here with my good friend, Larry Servo, who is also my G-Surance agent.
Representative.
Fine.
Anyway, if you want to get some insurance for your show, you're going to have to make some changes around here. I mean, you may not have all the necessary rights and licenses to run all the materials in your show. I mean, these old films have product names, published characters, and registered music. Plus you do all these parodies and satires of, other people's intellectual property.
What do you mean, Larry?
Well, you reference characters and, things that you haven't cleared with the copyright owners.
Look, you can't ask permission to make fun of somebody, Larry. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I'm not trying to put Coke in somebody's Kool-Aid. I'm just trying to show the people a good time on a Saturday night.
That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about.
What kind of thing? Okay, Larry, why don't you watch the next segment of tonight's movie, and then you can tell me if you feel there's anything liable or actionable in it, all right?
Okay.
Your mother was the earth. The rain in your blood. The light in your power.
What happened to him? Dr. Reagan, what happened?
It's dying, isn't it?
Is it so important, Doctor? Nothing is so important as your own health.
I don't see how it could be dying.
There may still be some chance.
I don't understand what it might be.
We can always start over.
I must be back at the Cape in a month. I haven't time to start over.
Remember? You told me once you wouldn't allow the word impossible to be used.
I still haven't used it, and I don't intend to. I'll find the answer. I'm all right now, thank you.
What now, Doctor?
What would you have me do?
Bury it and forget it. That's the best way.
Sure, it's always best to bury one's mistakes, I guess.
You did your best.
Apparently my best hasn't been good enough.
Aida! Something about the plant.
Well, come on. How?
You've succeeded after all.
Last night it was dying.
You can't argue with fate, Doctor.
I wonder. Get out of here, both of you. Oh, wait. Have him get me some mice, rabbits, chickens, anything he can trap, and I want them now. In the meantime...
No, Dr. Reagan, you can't mean what you're thinking.
What am I thinking?
Rabbits, chicken, and mice, and puppies. I wish that thing had died. I wish it had withered away, and Kalai had buried it.
Get out of here, both of you, and take those damn mutts with you. Yes, it's all there. Your glandular count has the same count as the blood around a human heart. It's all there. You can move as well as you can feel. I know you can. I'll make you move. All I need is the blood of a human being to prove the fact. It will be proof without a shadow of a doubt that man is descended from plant life. I'll make you move. Those stumps, your legs, they're strong enough to carry 10 times your weight. It takes the blood of a human heart to prove my theory. You will have the blood of a human heart.
Okay, now, who in their right mind is going to take responsibility for that steaming pile of cinema?
What happened to... They're not bad movies, they're just misunderstood.
Oh, come on, Larry, give me a break. It's just a harmless dig.
That's one of the things I like about your show. You give the movies their proper respect without whizzing all over them like my loudmouth brother. God, he thinks he's so cute.
Look, Larry, Mr. Lobo's going to have to be honest with you. There's a reason I asked you to be on my show, and it's not because I wanted to buy insurance from you. I'll explain it to you during the break. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back. Okay, this is what
There's a new pet.
Chia.
Chia Pet, the pottery that grows. It's fun and easy. Soak your chia, spread the seeds, keep it watered, and watch it grow. And now grow a whole collection of fun with chia teddy bears, puppies, kittens, rams, wolves, turtles, bunnies, and a chia tree to keep your pets company. Chia Pets and Trees, the pottery that grows.
Chia Pets and Trees are available at Eckerd, Repco, Rite Aid, and Kmart. Makes a great gift.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Dragging your butt through the day, selling body and soul to a bunch of bland normals? Acting stupid so they'll think you're one of them? Tired of getting all of the guilt, but none of the sex? There is a simple answer, dear friend. A glowing beacon of slack amidst the turmoil and darkness. It's J.R. Bob Dobbs, the living slack master, and his Church of the Subgenius. Bob brings a new destiny for the abnormal. For Bob comes to justify our sins, to unmask the conspiracy, and to get us back the slack they stole away. It's us versus them. Are you gonna fry in hell on earth alongside the pink boys? Or will you pull the wool over your own eyes and accept Bob into your mind? Repent, quit your job, slack off, and praise Bob!
Church of the Subgenius, eternal salvation or triple your money back.
This is Mister Lobo, your movie host for Alpha Video. Did you realize that Alpha Video is the leading manufacturer and marketer of budget-priced classic movies and television shows on DVD? We have over 4,000, that's right, 4,000 active titles available on DVD, and we maintain aggressive release schedule, very aggressive. I mean, we're a little mean about it sometimes, maybe pushy. Maybe mean is too strong of a word, maybe a little pushy. But there's so many mamby-pamby distributors out there that aren't aggressive enough in their DVD distribution. We're tilting the balance the other way because we want to make sure that you're getting your DVDs, you're getting your 4,000 DVDs on time every month. So thank you so much for supporting Alpha Video, and check us out at oldies.com.
He forgets I'm his mother. Prompt the TV dinner. Prompt the alarm goes off in the morning, and what is the first thing he hears? Me.
Not talking to me? Well, I can understand how it can be with new friends.
Henry Fudd, one of that rare breed who's willing to share the joys of life with his fellow man.
Wow, are you growing? Oh, and so fast.
Please Don't Eat My Mother, an idea of what can blossom from the planting of a few seeds.
Oh, no, you can't do that!
Henry, help me, Henry!
Oh, no, you can't do that, even if she is my mother.
Henry! What a way to go!
Oh, my goodness. There went my mother.
Please Don't Eat My Mother, coming to devour you soon.
That's ridiculous. Your show's not comparable to my brother's show. Those guys take the ugliest girl to the dance and make fun of her. You put lipstick on that pig and show her a really good time.
I know. Larry, Mr. Lobo knows. But could you please, I'm begging you, we've got it all set up. Would you please watch the movie with me?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even like talking during the movie. It's like those people that are on their cell phones, you know? I mean, I've never riffed before. Well, I did experiment a little at college.
Larry, you remember when we were kids in elementary school, we had that radio-controlled R2-D2, and we took it out to the parking lot, filled it with M80s, and blew it up?
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah.
We sure had good times.
We sure did.
All right, just this once as a favor for an old friend.
Really? You mean it?
Yeah, I think that's...
Oh! We've got movie alert time! Trying to watch the movie. Come on. Say something cheeky. Oh, come on. You say something cheesy. Or cheeky, whatever. This isn't working out. Would you stop? Oh, God. Expecting us to be clever. You be clever. Fine. Ugh. I will be clever.
I doubt it.
I will come up with a riff. I will tear this movie apart.
Now some sleep from me.
Give me a minute.
Insectivores, by morning we should have proof positive.
You do it. Stop it. But this isn't working out. All right. All right, here we go. This movie isn't very good.
Which one of you is heckling the film? There's no talking permitted in this theater. This film is for the enjoyment of everyone, and we've been getting complaints about your comments. If you can't keep them to yourself, I'm going to have to ask you and your friend to leave. Do you understand?
I'm sorry.
He's got Tourette's.
Oh, no, you're fine.
You wait. Just wait and see. Noriko, you should have more faith. Much more faith.
Something happened to Kawaii.
What happened?
That plant attacked him.
It's moved. What did you do to him?
No.
It's moved.
Dr. Braden, Kawaii did nothing to your stupid plant. It attacked him. This thing is a monster. You are no longer Dr. Bragan scientist. You are becoming Dr. Bragan madman. Give it up, please.
Don't be silly.
It's affecting your mind.
There is nothing wrong with my mind.
Give it up.
If that's all you can say, will you get out of here?
This is still my family's home. I go where I please. What's wrong with your hand?
I have told you. I wear this leather mitt as protection from a cut. Nothing more.
Oh.
Would you leave me alone for a while? Now, please?
Of course, Doctor.
Well, that was interesting. It appears Mr. Lobo's little experiment was a resounding failure.
Yeah, you should stick with your strengths.
Well, apparently, Mr. Lobo's strengths aren't appreciated by the powers that be, or in the ratings, or by the crew, or even the fans. But I'll let you in on a little secret. Mr. Lobo is very good at what he does. Excuse me if I'm not Elvira, or Rod Serling, or Bob Wilkins, or The Crypt Keeper, or Zachary, or Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I'm sorry, sir. I warned you about talking during the movie, and now I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Cinema Insomnia! We'll be right back. I hope. Ow!
Come closer, closer, closer. Not that close, you peeping toms. Have you no shame? Back off.
Okay, now that we have your undivided attention, we were kind of wondering, what does this do to you? Get it, Clay? Nice data, very strong.
Let's see what it did to Joel.
You got a whole lot of love.
Mystery Science Theater 3000. The experiment begins with the robot versus the Aztec mummy.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks. With kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
It's Rat Bastards TV.
Well, hello there.
We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom. Oh, hell to the no. And the best thing about Rat Bastards TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74.
We're crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who are waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do? More stuff.
Say on. That's very good. Hello, I'm Dr. Cosmo McKinley. I'd like to tell you about a new film from the gang that gave you the Rocky Horror Show. Shock Treatment.
You need a bit of shock treatment. Get you jumping like a real live wire. Need a bit of shock treatment. So look out, mister, don't you blow your last resistor for a vista that'll mystify ya.
You'll be pathetically crazy about shock treatment. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Mister Lobo, this is Joel Hodgson. I don't really appreciate you using my characters on my show, and, well, I've contacted my lawyers. I hope you guys have errors and omissions insurance, because you're kind of in trouble.
It appears something has happened to his dog.
That plant!
Well, that was my first thought. But the dog was tied a good 15 feet away from him. His arms couldn't have possibly reached that far.
Look! It's a monster, and it should be destroyed before any more damage can be done.
Destroy him when I know I've succeeded? He moved by his own volition. I know it.
How could it? How could a plant move?
I'm going to prove it one way or another tonight. Sleepy?
I wasn't, but now, I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't know. One minute we were sitting here talking, the next minute we're out cold. My creation! It's gone!
What?
Yes, I told you could move.
I could have moved it. I'll go find him.
No, you didn't do it. It moved by itself.
It's carnivorous. If that thing gets to the village, there is no telling what it might do.
Anything. Anything might happen. The villagers. They might destroy my proof of the real basis of human evolution.
We've got to warn the people. We must let them know of the danger.
We must find him first. That's the important thing. Come on. Stop! There's someone.
大きなモンスターが牛や鶏を殺して向こうの山へ行っちゃった。みんなで殺してやるんだ。
It's been here, all right. They've seen it.
Do they know where it is?
They've gone to search it out and destroy it.
Unless I miss my guess. My creation is so powerful, but now it could devour anything. Yes, I must find it. It'll soon be dawn. It won't be easy. But now, trust me, I'll find a way. Yes, yes. Now, you wait here. I mean, you stay here. Don't follow me. I must do this alone.
What are you going to do?
Destroy it. I will destroy my creation, my work of genius.
But how?
I don't know, but I'll find a way.
You're not going up there alone.
It's my creation. It's my place to destroy it. It has nothing to fear from me. Besides, no one else could get close enough to do anything effective. But I can. I have to find a small farm animal.
Be careful, Dr. Bragan.
Thanks for everything, Norco. You stay here. If you stay, the villagers will stay. Stay. Norco, stay here.
want to kill you, but we're full. You and I. You belong to High Ridge. You won't follow us there. We'll escape, you and I.
Yeah. Find a nice, safe place to continue our work.
Where are you? Sector boys! Where are you? There you are. Come on, old boy. I won't let them hurt you. I won't let them hurt you. Take the goat. Take the goat. I'll lead you to safety. Come on, old man. Take the goat. That's it. Come on. Come on. Just follow me. Just follow me.
The mysteries of inner Earth, volcanoes and earthquakes, held captive since the beginning of time, will unleash hellish pent-up fury. Mother Earth herself revolts against man, and as the roaring fires of inner Earth wreak havoc and destruction, the core of our world will burn to a glowing ember and die. Remember, my friend, that danger and deliverance go hand in hand.
Thank you for watching Cinema Insomnia.
There it is, my friends. The end of Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap. This was an interesting episode. Had a lot of aspects to it. One anecdote that I'd like to share with you is just a little bit about the production of the episode. First of all, this was kind of in a weird time period where we weren't at our most cash rich during the production of Venus Flytrap. Just like a lot like sideshow performers, you know, our careers are going like this, feast and famine, and we were lucky to be offered the help of a college television station that provided a studio for us to shoot. This is Chabot in the San Francisco Bay Area, and you know, public access stations and college TV and college radio, they're like teaching hospitals. You know, they've got a lot of students there who were learning. And like I said, we were glad to get the help that we were getting. But it was a 3-hour drive to get there, and communication wasn't always the best. And we didn't quite get everything we needed to complete this episode. And one of the things that they had said is that, oh, the green screen stuff is going to be no problem, and they actually encouraged me to write green screen into an episode because they wanted to train their students to do it. And so I thought, well, this would be a good chance to do this idea of parodying Mystery Science Theater. That will be a reason for it to have green screen on the show. And this story was originally going to be on the film Teenagers from Outer Space. But at that time, I didn't have access to a print of Teenagers from Outer Space. And I really, really wanted to kind of acknowledge this discovery of Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap. So I just moved that idea of doing Mystery Science Theater parody in this episode. And I knew that Larry Servo, lived relatively close to where we were filming, and it would be a way to involve him and do the green screen and have all these things happen. And it just turned out that no one was available to do the green screen, and so I ended up having to teach myself how to do it, and it was horrible. This is before Aaron was involved.
Yeah, this was the last episode before I got involved.
This is probably why it was the last episode before Aaron was involved. But it was real rough to edit that. And then there was a scene also with R2-D2 exploding. And when I was a kid, this is a real anecdote, I had a radio-controlled R2-D2 that I put M80s in. And I filmed it with my 8mm camera. Now, like in those days, you didn't know, it's not like shooting on video. You didn't know what you had until you took it to the drugstore and had it developed, and then you waited like a week, and then like you get the film, and then you'd string it up in the projector, and you finally got to see what you got. So I was trying to figure out how to, is it undercrank? I'm getting confused now, undercranking or overcranking. I think I needed to overcrank. Yeah. So that it would be slowed down, so you could see the explosion. Because in Star Wars, the explosions are always like, and so rather than slowing it down, I think I changed the frame rate the other direction to where I was actually shooting slower, which makes it fewer frames per second, which is faster. Yeah. So I did all that trouble of filming R2-D2 blowing up, and then I waited a week. I got the film back, and I was really excited to see how it turned out. And my friend and I were, watching R2-D2 blow up from behind the garbage cans, and we're like, "This is going to be so cool on film." Okay, R2-D2's there for a second in the parking lot, and then he's gone. Like, there's like maybe one frame where you see a little bit of a flash, and he just literally disappears. So you don't get any of the explosion of R2-D2. And my friend Aaron, who really did work for Esurance, every time I bumped into him, this was the story. It's like, remember when we blew up that R2-D2 in the parking lot? Like, that's the only thing that's happened since we've met, right? Since we've seen each other. But anyway, so it was exciting to kind of put that story a little bit in and have Larry Servo kind of be my friend Aaron a little bit. Hopefully not Aaron's not home going, "You son of a bitch." But there's a little bit of Aaron in the Larry Servo character. But the thing that happened with Chabot was the person who did the CG R2-D2 blowing up. I'm still trying to figure out why, but the only place they could have him blowing up was in a tennis court. I don't know if that was a stock background that was available to them, but they're not supposed to be in a tennis court. They're supposed to be in a parking lot.
Yeah, it made no sense with the scene you were watching.
And so when Aaron finally kind of got to this episode, as far as in the remastering.
Yeah, for OSI.
For OSI 74, we finally got to do a better job with the compositing. Did you have all the footage to recomposite it?
Yeah, I had all the raw footage, so I redid it so that R2's in a parking lot and blows up, and I actually redid the entire explosion too.
Oh, yeah.
So I did a whole new R2.
I was talking about the other part, the MST part.
The MST stuff, yeah, no, I redid that too.
So you recomposited the MST, because it took me 3 days, and
yeah,
I know
it took me about a day. And it's definitely not perfect.
Yeah, it was. So
it didn't just key out like it's supposed to because it was standard def footage and
yeah,
wasn't lit well enough to separate.
This is why I like this. I like keeping it simple in camera. What you see is what you get. There isn't a lot to do effects wise after the fact. You know you've got it, or at least you've got enough of it for there to be a show. Anyway, so those were a couple of things I thought would be fun to bring up with that episode.
Yeah, because we completely, what you just saw, we completely redid those shots. So I probably had the old shots playing alongside when you were talking about it now, so they can see them before.
I see. Excellent. And I think the other thing that's worth mentioning is the movie's been re-edited. Not only has it been made black and white, but I actually found audio of Criswell that I thought sort of could apply to the movie. And I edited a bunch of real Criswell talking from his LP. I think it's like Your Next 10 Years or, Criswell Predicts to the year 2000. But one of his records, I had some audio of Criswell and I edited it so that Ed Wood gets to have Criswell introduce his story one more time. So I thought I thought that Ed Wood would appreciate that since since that movie was missing its credit sequences or its intro and its outro, that would make it feel more like an Ed Wood film. So if you see this movie anywhere else, it won't have that as part of it.
And then the original version of the episode, the movie itself had like a bunch of gratuitous nudity of just Japanese girls on a beach running around with no tops on.
What's wrong with that?
So that was all cut out of the original version. For the OSI version, I cut most of it out, but I left a few shots and did the really ridiculous censoring like we did for...
Censor Round, which is where you've got Mister Lobo faces with the eyes blocked out.
Yeah, and just cartoon sound effects as he pops up over stuff.
Yeah, so thanks, Aaron.
Gets a laugh every time.
It does.
And a few people angry.
Yeah.
It's like, did you really think we were going to show that?
I mean...
it's not that kind of show.
It's not that kind. Watch Sleazy Pictures After Dark. I mean, I feel like this show is kind of like not really general audiences, maybe PG-13.
Yeah.
And, our heritage is kind of late night TV and broadcast TV.
Yeah.
And I feel like at a certain point it doesn't feel like broadcast TV anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that also I kind of like the shows to sort of have a similar feel to them.
Yeah.
Although that does kind of go out the window with some of the more violent Yalos and stuff that we've done.
Those ones always kind of stand out a little.
But for whatever reason, people never object to violence.
Yeah.
They'll always object to nudity.
Yep.
Nudity in language, you'll have the angry letters from parents, but not someone's head blowing up. Anyway, that brings us, speaking of things blowing up, our mail sack has been just full of stuff from you guys. And we've got something in here that's ginormous. The Insomniac mail sack. You've been sending us things from our Amazon wish list, and I'm assuming that that's what's in here.
It's an Amazon box. I can see the logo.
Yeah, I could see that too. I guess we'll use our very careful. Okay, all right. All right, sharp object here. I'm going to be very careful not to slice in between my thumb and forefinger. Split my nostrils. There we go. This here is something from you. Hopefully we know who it is this time.
Yeah, there's a lot of anonymous ones lately.
We're getting some anonymous ones.
Yeah, you have to add the gift note to put your name in, or it just sends it anonymously.
This is something we'll be using in future episodes, and I've been amiss in not adding to the list, but as we write more episodes, there will be more and more things added to the wish list so that we can make new episodes for you.
Yeah, because they've brought up about half the list so far.
Oh, I know what this is. Look at this.
Oh. Hypno spinners.
Future hypno spinners.
His Cosmonauty always breaks ours.
Cosmonauti, she's Jessie C. Herman has broken at least 2.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
These are paper parasols. This is the kind of thing that we would have to buy ourselves. Usually Mr. Lobo gets some black paint and paints a spiral on them. This is our new way of doing, or our most current way of doing the Hypno Spinner. It gives us the biggest circle that we can get. It's easy to spin, and it's compact. You can close it up afterwards. You can take it to live shows. So we got the idea from the incredibly strange creatures that stopped living and became mixed up zombies in color. And we thought that's a great way to do a hypnoscope, just on a parasol.
Yeah.
I think the Penguin had one.
He did in Batman Returns.
Yeah, Batman Returns. But it's a good way to hypnotize someone. Anyway, so we will be turning. I won't be opening it. Well, it's not bad luck to open a parasol indoors.
Yeah.
It's bad luck to open an umbrella
Yeah.
indoors. And there is a marked difference between a parasol and an umbrella.
Is there a note in there or anything that says who it's from?
Oh,
this
I
time?
should look.
See if we can actually thank a person.
Oh. Look at this. Let's see here. Hi, Aaron. It's always for Aaron.
Everyone knows I manage the list.
Enjoy your gift from Joseph W. Glazier. Glazier? I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that Glazier?
I'm not
Glazier?
sure. I can't see it.
Glazier.
I think it's Glazier.
But I'll just say Joseph.
Well, and actually,
Uncle Joe.
Since I manage the list, hi Aaron, enjoy your gift, I think that's like what it auto does if you don't type anything in.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for sending us these or Joseph. Some people prefer Joseph. Yeah. Thank you so much for these parasols. They will be used a lot on the show. So this is really exciting. Mr. Lobo's got some work to do now, making some trailers. I hear Garbage Cat trying to tear the door down back there. So I guess we better go to intermission. Maybe get out some kibble for Garbage Cat. So why don't you get yourself... Oh, no, that's your cat. I heard the sneeze.
Oh, yeah, she's flipping out.
Yeah. Why don't you go feed your cat during tonight's intermission?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Jailbait, the shocking story of boy-crazy girls and gun-crazy guys.
What makes you think you can get away with this? Let us worry about that, bud.
I'm through for the night, Mac. I'll be on my...
The most feared of our modern underworld. Men who hate the law and abuse even those they love.
So what's with him?
He shot his first cop.
Siren-screaming, bullet-blazing thriller, Jailbait.
I'm Chili Dilly, the personality pickle. Packed in a jar for the freshest flavor. Served cold in a sack for you to savor. So dainty to eat, no muss, no fuss. An ideal snack for all of us. Crisp, tender, and tasty with a bit of spice. Buy one now. Taste how nice. Snack bar clerks will knock themselves silly, speeding your order for a real Chili Dilly.
Hi. You hungry? Looking for a tempting treat? Hold on till I absorb some heat. Some added tang might please you too. I'll slide into an oven-fresh bun, and I'm ready for your eating fun.
Why don't you try a juicy good hot dog? Mmm, delicious.
We have a very huge problem.
Destroying the whole town. Dead guy.
Shortly after dusk, a centralized hub of an unknown form of kinetic energy formed here. After its formation, it sent out a shockwave, or pulse, of the energy. Only recently dead humans seem to be affected by the energy. And to make matters worse, these recently dead humans are being controlled. Whatever did this, it's not from here.
The town's been quarantined. No one leaves this sector alive. Identify yourself.
And we need a plan.
I got him.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like 2 of those, please.
Hot dogs? Yes, sir.
And 3 of those, and 1 of those, and 5 bars of these, and a cup of that nice hot liquid.
Coffee. Coming right up.
Oh, and 2 bags of those peculiar white puffy material.
You mean our crunchy popcorn? Shall I wrap that for you, sir?
Oh, that's all right. My saucer's just outside.
They come from miles to enjoy our intermission.
I want action on this thing, and I want it quick.
I've got my whole department working around the clock.
Well, you'll have more help to call on. I announced in the early papers I'm making more men available to you. Now, Matt, this smut picture racket has got to be stopped. And the murders caused directly by this filth has to be stopped.
When I say, let's see those legs, honey, I mean just that. Let's see those legs from your toes right up to your hat.
You know why we're here. One of your boys has gone too far.
Which one?
A nasty word for a dirty business.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia, and I am still your host, Mr. Lobo. I hope you enjoyed tonight's intermission. Can't exactly drink with the mask on, but I hope you had something enjoyable during tonight's intermission. We have a special guest in studio today. Come on over. This is one of our unregistered nurses. Now, those of you who have seen our live shows may have seen Nurse Death or Nurse Dread, or perhaps in American Werewolf in the Philippines, you may have seen Nurse Wretched. Well, this, ladies and gentlemen, is Nurse Demic. Hello, Nurse Demic.
Hello, Mr. Lobo.
How are you today?
Terrible.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's wonderful.
Yes. Nurse Demic is here to make sure that Mr. Lobo is competent. Well, I don't know if we can guarantee that. But she's going to make sure that Mr. Lobo is safe and well enough to complete his duties as your movie host tonight. She's going to be taking my temperature, how often?
Every half hour.
Every half hour, Mr. Lobo is going to have his temperature taken to make sure that I can stay with this marathon tonight. I've got some exciting news, Nurse Demic. One of the Insomniacs has donated these parasols to be turned into hypno spinners for the show.
Very kind.
Do you think these are regulation?
I do. I
Yeah?
do.
Okay.
I like these. It's all about shape.
All right. Can you paint the swirly stripes on them?
We can, but don't forget about our big winner.
Oh, okay. Yes, we will have a big winner tonight. This is our star prize, the Atomic Brain on Alpha Video DVD. Do you have a DVD player?
What is that?
I'd ask your father. He'll know. But those of you out there who have a DVD player, maybe you'll win. Nurse Demic is going to be our judge tonight. She's going to be watching you all in the chat, and whoever seems the healthiest, I guess, will be, although they say laughter's the best medicine, maybe we should pick the sickest bastard out there and give him a DVD. What do you think?
I think that's a good plan.
All right. Well, we'll do it that way. Now, we've got a long show ahead of us. We've got, how long, Aaron?
Just under 3 hours.
We've still got 3 hours to go. It's gonna take a lot to keep us committed and going and healthy during this 3 hour thing. I mean, there's probably a lot of sound medical advice that could help in a situation like this. I mean, Nurse Demic, what do you think the people out there in the chat should do tonight to stay up with this?
I recommend a healthy, steady stream of Mountain Dew and Pixie Sticks.
Mountain Dew and Pixie Sticks. Okay, doctor's orders. So we'll probably be up till 8 in the morning again tonight, right? But all right, well, that's excellent. And make sure that if you can't make it up tonight, if you can't stay up another 3 hours, that's understandable, even though you took an oath. It's understandable. If you were staying up and you fall asleep,
or if maybe you got to work tomorrow, or whatever the excuse you think you need, tune in to OSI 74 and you can watch the full 6-hour plus marathon or double feature, Wild Wild Wood double feature on OSI 74 on your Roku device or your Roku enabled TV. Aaron, when do you think that will be up there?
It should go up sometime tomorrow.
Sometime tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's soon. So just looking for, we have a special section on the Roku channel for the double features. Is it in the, is it just in the series?
It's in the Cinema Insomnia category and also the Saturday Sleepovers. It's its own playlist, the Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Watch Party double features.
Okay.
They're all by themselves.
Fantastic, fantastic. I have an anecdote about tonight's movie.
About tonight's movie?
Yes.
Bride of the Monster?
Yes, that's right. Bride of the Monster, very similar to when we had the Screaming Skull. Mr. Lobo was asked to participate in the bonus material for a Mystery Science Theater disc. So there's another documentary, not the whole thing, but certainly the most Lobo-centric parts of the documentary on Bride of the Monster, which I believe is called Citizen Wood.
Yes.
In the intermission of this film, Citizen Wood, you'll get to see a little bit of Citizen Wood. If you like it and you want to see the whole thing, bust out your Mystery Science Theater box sets and find the one with Bride of the Monster. I think that's 19, maybe?
I believe so.
Something like that. And it's the one that came with the gypsy figure.
Yeah.
My luck, I would be on the one with the gypsy figure. You know, I couldn't be the Crow figure or the Tom Servo figure. Oh well. Anyway, so if you want to see Mr. Lobo in action with the guys from Mystery Science Theater, that's the DVD to get. And thank you, Nurse Demic, for being so Johnny on the spot with the visual aid. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the episode itself. Now, in the live episode, we couldn't bring you out to California. I'm sorry about that. We didn't have our nurses for our live show on the road. We were in San Leandro, California, at the Bow Theater. Aaron and I did, 2 shows back to back?
Yeah, in the same day.
It was brutal. I mean, talk about a marathon. I think that we were there from, 10 in the morning
till after midnight.
After midnight. And we didn't really have a break. We just pretty much shot 2 shows straight through in front of a live audience. And it was pretty exciting. Two notable things for this episode is we have some long-standing Cinema Insomnia favorite characters from our stable that return. Because since we were out in California again, we reached out to the Queen of Trash, who has been my assistant on the show. She was in Astro Zombies M3 Cloned.
Which you can see on OSI 74.
Which you can see on OSI 74. She was also in... what else was she in, Aaron?
She's in the Trash Film Orgy. She's in some Cinema Insomnia.
And anyway, she is a force to be reckoned with. Cult movie sensation, giant Amazon with huge gauges in her ears, and kind of punk rock and kind of out of this world. But she's the Queen of Trash. There's nothing else like her, and she was kind enough to come back and reprise her character on the show, also her own character, for Cinema Insomnia. So that was really great. The other person that we involved who hadn't been on the show since 2002, and really kind of always is on the show at the same time because we run those commercials so often. But we did these fake commercial spots called Rad Abrams Skateboard Attorney. And it was supposed to be a late night TV commercial. I had watched a lot of those like motorcycle attorney ads, and I always thought they were funny because the guy's like obviously reading, and he's totally not, he's a total poser usually.
Looking into the wrong camera.
And trying to pretend that he's on your side. So I wrote this commercial, and I really wanted to have a certain kind of person. And I remember all my young comedian friends wanted to play this character. And I'm like, I don't want it to be like a young guy pretending to be an old guy, pretending to be a young guy. That's like a Mad TV sketch. You know, I kind of wanted it to be believable. And Mark Hyman was on a show called The Crusaders on the Disney Channel. He was the director of the evening news at the ABC station where I worked. And I literally just begged him. I just said, look, I really see you as this character, and if you don't want to do it, I don't know if I'm going to make this fake commercial. And he read the script, and he just, he called me like a sick bastard or something. But he loved it. He laughed out loud through the whole thing. He goes, this is so funny. It's like, I goes, just tell me what you want to do. And I said, I don't shave for the rest of the week. Come in on a Saturday in a 3-piece suit and be this character. And he did. And he said, I want to stay here and do it until you get exactly what you wanted. And we did so many takes. We had so much material of him looking into the wrong camera and saying all these goofy things, and we kept giving him more and more, and we ended up making like 4 commercials or so out of that material we got just from that one shoot. And we ran those Rad Abrams commercials. I mean, they just never got no one ever got tired of them. That character was extremely popular. But again, we made those all in 2002, and it was a lot of fun. But when we were in California again, we bumped into Mark Hyman, and we thought, wouldn't it be great to make a brand new one? And so we thought, can we do this? I mean, are we digging a dry well here? I remember being really worried that they weren't going to be as funny as the original ones. And I think the new ones we shot they're somewhat different, but they're equally, they're just as funny, I think. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, and some of the fans had always wanted to see Rad actually use his skateboard. And so there's there's some magic of filmmaking. You actually get to see Rad.
You actually get
in
to
his
see
natural
Rad.
element.
You get to see Rad skate. So we didn't do the same tired jokes. We had all new tired jokes. And no, but it turned out really, really great, and it was a lot of fun to involve Rad. And I think those are the two things that was kind of cool, to have the Queen of Trash back and to have Rad Abrams back for this episode. Also, Larry Servo is featured in the episode. He was in the last episode you just saw with Venus Flytrap, and so this is kind of the arc for his character. The only other episode he was ever on was Teenagers from Outer Space, which originally the premise for Venus Flytrap was going to be used on Teenagers from Outer Space. So when we did the live show, I brought Larry Servo back to finally do Teenagers the way I wanted to do it, and then to finally complete that sort of trilogy of that character with Bride of the Monster. So it was fun to finally get there. It took years, but we finally did it. All the things I wanted to do with that concept. Anyway, without any further ado, Mister Lobo's Cinema Insomnia fan group watch party Wild Wild Wood double feature proudly presents a classic episode featuring the Ed Wood film
Bride of the Monster.
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position to repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia live. At the Bow Theater in San Leandro, California. Tonight's feature is presented in Angora-Rama. Does everyone have their Angora-Rama kits? All right. Well, if at any time during the movie you feel unsafe, okay, you take out your little swatch from your Angora-Rama kit. It's made from a space-age fabric that actually feels more like Angora than Angora. All right, and you just rub it like that. Just like that, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm your horror host, Mr. Lobo. And this is my lovely co-host, Miss Mittens. What do you mean Angora-Rama is biased against viewers that don't have fingers or hands or skin? All right, look, I'll just tell you what it feels like, okay? Feels nice. Anyway, this process was invented by the director of tonight's film, Edward D. Wood Jr. The responsible party for Plan 9 from outer space. Tonight's feature is probably Mr. Wood's most coherent film. And that's really not saying a whole lot. If you saw the Tim Burton biopic or read anything about Ed, you know that he had an unchecked Angora fetish and used to wear tight sweaters on the set and directed scenes in women's clothes. What's that, Miss Mittens? Yeah, balls of steel, is that what you're saying? I guess so. I guess it would take that. So anyway, Ed was also a huge fan of classic horror of the 1930s. Frankenstein, Dracula, and the rest. And was lucky enough to cast Dracula himself, Bela Lugosi, as his mad scientist in this cheap quickie that took years to produce at great expense. Bride of Frankenstein? Really? Is this possible? Has it been 95 years already? Oh my gosh, a universal classic is finally public domain? And looks like, oh look, we just got upgraded. This is one of Mr. Lobo's favorites. Oh my gosh, the reanimated monster of Frankenstein, played by Boris Karloff, demands a mate. His creator, Dr. Frankenstein, teams up with Dr. Pretorius, who can make fully articulated miniature humans from scratch. Honestly, that seems a lot more impressive than lumping a bunch of corpse parts together and reanimating them. Anyway. Two mad scientists graft together a hideous lady friend for the original monster, the all-time classic of all time that inspired My Two Dads and countless other horrors. Bride of Frankenstein. It's universal. Okay? Yeah, what? Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, well, he may look like your monster at first glance, but I am like a foot taller than he is, okay? So that's a difference enough, right? Isn't he different? Can't have a flat top. Can't have a flat top? All right. So what if we put this, like, funny hat on him? There we go. There it is. I think with a
flat top, it would just stay. All right, there he is. Yeah, that's better, right? Too green. It's too green. Okay, too green. Hold on, I have something here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Okay, what if we put this feather boa on him, okay? Red feather boa that cancels out the green, right? Yeah, that's fine, right? Everything's cool? Okay, good. We can use it. We can use Frankenstein. Great, great, that's fantastic. But we can't use the movie. All right. See you in 2030. Look at him. He's so disappointed. Lucky for you guys, we have an old standby standing by. No, Miss Mittens, not Bela Lugosi meets a Brooklyn gorilla. We're saving that for sweeps. Ed Wood's Bride of the Monster in Angororama.
We thought maybe we'd get out of the rain. It looks like it's going to last all night. It's pretty bad out there.
Oh, no, you can't stay.
Oh, be reasonable.
You can't stay.
We might catch pneumonia out there.
You're not welcome in my house. Go away now. Go, go, go. Lobo. No.
The monster. Now, do you believe in those newspaper stories?
You hear that, Lobo? You're the monster. Perhaps one day you will meet the monster.
Dr. Vornoff. Hi, neighbor. Yeah, it's Mister Lobo. It is a beautiful night in the neighborhood swamp. Yes, yeah. Sorry to bother you while you were at the fish tank feeding your G.I. Joe octopus. We have one of your monster pals here. He's just kind of like moping around and like just really making a pain in himself, you know? I mean, ever since he was dressed down by Universal, he's just been a mess. So I don't know if we really need like a great value off-brand sidekick hanging around, you know what I'm saying?
Carlos? Sidekick? Joe! Carlos does not deserve to smell my shit.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Don't hang up. Okay. Yes, okay, sorry about the trigger words, okay? I didn't mean to say Karloff and sidekick in the same sentence, okay? We'll just try to find something for your boy to do around here, all right? Yeah, this monster kid needs a hobby. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Nobody does him better.
Over here, James.
The newest and most exciting of all the James Bond thrillers. Step on it. This Bond tops them all. Roger Moore is Ian Fleming's James Bond 007 in Octopussy.
I'm Octopussy.
Octopussy, racing across the screen with thrills and excitement.
I don't know how to say goodbye.
Actions speak louder than words.
We must now break for station identification.
Работает, улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его.
Utopia Fantastica vis Cosmonauts on OSI 74.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history. The original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found in quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of Cult Movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the US. Can you prove it didn't happen? Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at OSI74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Coppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
こですか？
違うってかゆいのはそこやない。
この上のとこね。
いや違うせやから3本目の上からやらないで。
ここでしょ。
いや違う穴も。
この上のとこね。
ちゃうちゃう。
さあ、気持ちいい。
かゆい水虫にシンピロエース。
No. You put that. You got that in your mouth. You put that. Take that out of your mouth right now. You stop. Stop it. Stop it. Let go of it. Drop it. Drop it. Tonight's feature has a photo enlarger and what seems like a spaghetti strainer with a chin strap, masquerading as lab equipment. Past his prime, Bela Lugosi cast in the 1950s equivalent of a fan film, and the world's stupidest and inefficient cops led by Grandpa from Teenagers from Outer Space and his pet parakeet, and directed by a man who's considered the worst director of all time. I must ask you all now to take the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. Oath bad? Oh my gosh. Seriously, oath your friend. Oath fine. Fine, get out of here. I'm glad he's gone, snowflake. All right, let's try this again. Repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, so help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. God, hurts more every time. Oh. And now, a shirtless guy pays the price for trying to save money on medical bills when he wakes up in Dr. Vornoff's Quack in the Box in reel 2 of the film that did for Mad Scientist movies what Howard the Duck did for Mad Scientist movies. Bride of the Monster in Angora-Rama.
You get these straps off of me. Let me loose. Do you hear me?
Lobo hears, but he cannot speak. Lobo is mute.
Because of the storm.
I was afraid we are not going to have guests tonight.
Lobo! You're too rough with my patience. Already he tires of our humble hospitality. I said, let me out of here.
At the moment, I'm afraid it is impossible.
Who are you?
Vornoff. Dr. Eric Vornoff. The name will mean little to you.
What are you doing to me?
You will be soon as big as a giant. The strength of 20 men. Or, like all the others, dead. Turn off the switch. Isn't it strange, Lobo? Our friend always returns home after his long, tiresome swim. What's your name?
You find out.
We will. Hey, watch that cigarette. What were you doing in the swamp?
Watch it to you.
That's enough of that, Buster.
No Tanktown jail can hold me. I'll be out of this here rat trap in 24 hours.
That's what you think. Vagrancy will hold you for 72 hours. Take him downstairs and book him. All right, let's go.
Let go of me, I said. You can't do that to me. Let go.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
What do you mean, where do I think I'm going? I got Captain Robbins' newspapers.
You have you? And since when you don't leave the captain's papers with me?
Since the captain told me to bring them in myself. When you read them first, you mess them up.
Hold your tongue and give me those papers. I'll have you locked up for peddling without a license.
Kelton, I got a license.
Want to bet I can make it expire all of a sudden? Here's the late editions, Captain. Look, why can't I work on this case?
Get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
And Kelton,
Yes, sir.
I told the boy to bring the papers in himself.
Yes, sir. But if you ask me...
I didn't.
Yes, sir.
And Kelton,
Yes, sir.
where's Lieutenant Craig?
In his office, I think.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Sure glad Frankenhauser's gone. Now Mr. Lobo can finally read his paper in peace. Rock! Polly want a crankor. Larry Servo? You scared me, okay? Polly want a crankor. All right, that's good, okay? I thought you weren't the funny one. Hey, everybody, this is Larry Servo, the less fun brother of Tom Servo, who is the host of another TV program where they kind of do what we do, wrapping around the movies. Now, I thought you weren't allowed to be on my show anymore because of rights issues.
Well, since we know each other, legal sent me over here to look over your material for your Bride of the Monster episode to make sure that what you're doing isn't too much like my brother's show. And the word on the street is you're showing a cheesy movie here.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Bride of the Monster, your bro and pals, I guess, famously did that one, I think.
Yeah, let me see your cue cards. Let's see. Yep, MST3 did that joke already. Okay.
You did this joke already? Really?
We did that one. Let's see. Yep, and that one too.
Really?
Yep.
This one also? Okay, what about that?
Yep, that one. All
right. Okay. I'm not sure if I could pull off a string tie. Mr. Lobo would look like Bizarro Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, we did that Colonel Sanders reference
also. You did
also.
a Colonel Sanders reference
we did.
too?
Well, look, I'm going to have to confiscate the rest of your cue cards.
Fine.
And, you know, just to be safe, I know my presence here is unorthodox, but it's also unauthorized. And I probably better get out of here because if I'm seen on camera, my twin brother is going to be really ticked off. So watch your mailbox for a cease and desist letter. See you later, Mr. Lobo.
Bye. Larry Servo, everybody. Well, I got no more material, so I guess we'll just cut this short. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
He held our entire world hostage with his music. Cranktail Records presents the one, the only, Ambassador Phantom.
On one long-playing album,
Candles, Crankhorn, and You.
Oh yeah, come on over here.
On Planet Crankhor, he sold more records than Perry Como, Boxcar Willie, Jerry Vale, Red Sovine, Slim Whitman, and Zamfir combined.
Unforgettable.
Finally, through this exclusive TV offer, Lost Youth can once again be yours on LP, 8-track tape, or Cosmic Spool for only 9 payments of $9.99 plus $99 shipping and handling.
Caustic vapors came blowing in.
And if you order now, we'll send you this free bonus disc. Ambassador Phantom of Crankhorn narrates Peter and the Wolf.
Peter looked up and shouted, "Where is that miserable scum? I'll make mincemeat out of him."
Hurry, operators are standing by. Order Candles, Crankhor, and You today, or...
We're gonna kill some children.
How would you like to hear this on the screen?
Shazam!
Check out the Monstore for all your favorite Monster Madhouse garbage. Get your giant 36-inch Monster Madhouse poster, full color. Get your official Monster hat, limited edition Monster Madhouse t-shirt. Go to the Monstore right now at monstermadhouse.com.
How do you do? My name is Alfred Hitchcock, and I would like to tell you about my forthcoming lecture. It is about the birds and their age-long relationship with man. It will be seen in theaters like this across the country. In my lecture, I hope to make you all aware of our good friends, the birds. Theirs is a noble history, and through it all, man has played a conspicuous part. This cave drawing is one of man's earliest sketches of his feathered friend. One can see at once the loving care with which the artist depicted his subject. The story of man and his friends, the birds, is filled with many fine examples of ways in which these noble creatures have added to the beauty of the world. Take this plumed hat from the period of Charles I. How proud the birds must have been to have their feathers plucked out to brighten man's drab life. Here we have a later model, a refinement of the first. Here man, or rather woman, thought enough of the birds to have an entire one as a decoration. It's quite dead, of course. Naturally, the egg plays a very prominent part in my lecture. Not a word about which came first, however. I don't believe in dealing with controversial matters. Thousands of years ago, man was satisfied merely to steal an egg from a nest and use it for food. Now he has perfected this process by imprisoning each hen in a separate cage and by scientifically manipulating the lights so that she doesn't fall into the rut of the old 24-hour day. Thus, he can induce the bird to reach fantastic heights of egg production. Originally, there were many varieties of birds on Earth. Some have become extinct. The great auk, the passenger pigeon, and the famous dodo bird have all disappeared. Actually, they didn't exactly disappear. They were simply killed off. But of course, this is nature's way. Man merely hurries the process along whenever he can be of help. Man and birds have been responsible for a great many advances in our civilization. For example, the bird was the inspiration for the invention of gunpowder, and it was his speed that brought about the development of the shotgun. But man has not been unmindful of his debt to the bird. We have honored our feathered friends in many ways. We cage birds and show them off proudly in most of our zoos. And the turkey is traditionally our guest of honor at Thanksgiving. I suspect you never realized that if it weren't for birds, even some of our pastimes would suffer noticeably. Duck hunting, for example. Granted, bagging a fellow hunter can be diverting, but the supply is rather limited. I hope you don't mind if I have something to eat, but I'm rushed today. Planning the lecture has been most educational for me. I've begun to feel very close to the birds and have developed a real sympathy for our little... What was I saying? Oh yes, I've come to feel very close to the birds and have come to realize how they feel when... I don't think I'll eat just now. Hardly proper with all of you here. Surely the birds appreciate all we've done for them. Don't you? Beautiful cage, fresh water, no other birds to bother you, none of that blinding sunlight. Oh, now why would he do that? Most peculiar. What on earth?
They're coming!
Thanks for asking, Miss Mittens. Yeah,
Larry Servo came and they took all my jokes. Well, okay, I guess I took theirs first, but that's not the point, okay? I mean, you know, we can send up cheesy movies. They don't own that term. Cheesy movies, that's a generic term. We can all use that, right? Nobody can trademark cheesy movies. What kind of a monster would do something like that? I mean, are they cheesy because they have holes in them? Because they smell? Because they're aged? I don't know. I mean, we really don't even do the same thing. I mean, we don't sniff them like they do on Misery Sinus Theater. Riff? Really? Not sniff, riff. Oh, okay. Well, what's the difference? I mean, I don't know. Excuse me. Now we'll return to reel 3 of Ed Wood's Bride of the Monster in Angorarama.
Come in.
Hi, Captain.
Hello, Dick. Sit down.
Thanks.
Seen today's papers?
Is there anyone who hasn't?
Well, there's one nice thing about birds. They never cause anybody any trouble. Your girlfriend writes a good story.
She thinks so. Anything new?
No.
12 disappearances around this place and nothing to go on.
And nothing this time either.
I've been around that swamp so many times, I'm getting web-footed. It's been fired recently.
It's been fired several times recently. Jake Long's wife identified it a little while ago. The coat belonged to Leif McRae, his partner. They went hunting out by Marsh Lake. Never returned.
Not much left of it.
The boys found it floating in the lake.
What about the rifle?
About a mile from the old willow place.
All ties together.
But it doesn't prove anything.
You think there's anything in these monster stories?
Your girlfriend does.
What about you?
The police don't believe in monsters. Facts are our business. Facts and only facts, and don't you forget it.
I'm telling you, the captain isn't seeing nobody. Now, please be a good girl, Miss Lawton, and go.
Captain Robbins, will you tell this Junior G man to let me go?
Kelton.
Yes, sir?
Let her go.
Just as you say, Captain.
It used to be a newspaper reporter could get information around this place.
What in the world do you mean?
Now he makes like a comic. Dick Craig, I don't put much stock in the future success of our married life if already you're holding out secrets on me. You've been dodging me all day.
Where'd you get an idea like that?
You mean you haven't been dodging me?
No.
And all those times I called and Kelton said the line was busy, it really was.
Yes.
Okay, let's have the story on Lake Marsh and the monster.
Monster.
I thought so.
There are no such thing as monsters. This is the 20th century.
Don't count on it. Monsters, I mean.
Now, Janet.
Don't you now Janet me, and you can count our engagement off.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do.
No, she doesn't.
I most certainly do.
Well, then give him back the ring.
What?
If you're throwing over the marriage, give him back the ring.
Now, Chief,
Captain, give him back the rock. It's the only fair thing.
I'd rather throw it in Lake Marsh first. Besides, we've got to leave our personal lives out of our business lives.
As it should be.
As I've been saying all along.
Dog. Now, what about the monster story?
Well, that's your own story. You wrote it and you're stuck with it. There's no such thing as monsters.
Bunk, 2 more men have vanished up at Lake Marsh. That makes 12 in 3 months. Everything points to an inhuman violence. Or do you still stick to the alligator devouring routine? You're withholding news from the public.
Janet, you may not believe this, but you've got all the story there is.
You're right, I don't believe it.
Well, nevertheless, it's the truth, except for the monster. Figment of your very vivid imagination. Why, we've got nothing more to go on than what you reported to the paper.
The figment of my imagination is something I believe, and you haven't been able to disprove it.
We've conducted every possible search. Monsters, it's fantastic. You know that. Our business is dealing in facts, evidence. Can't you see that? Men disappearing. There's plenty of quicksand out there.
Yeah, 12 went down in the same place.
Well, we're doing our best to solve it.
Maybe your best isn't good enough.
Janet!
No, I mean it. No clues. What's this? A dancing costume? And this? A pogo stick?
Well, I've got to admit those were found at the lake. But remember, they were in your own story.
No human did this.
So you say.
Well, looks like I run into a dead end around here. Okay, if you boys want to play a game of secrets, there's nothing left for me to do but take a run out to Lake Marsh myself.
Over my dead body.
That could be arranged. Goodbye.
She's just crazy enough to do what she says.
You know what, Captain?
What?
I think you're right.
Hi, Tilly.
Hi, Janet. Long time no see.
Tilly, do you remember a couple of years ago in the real estate section when the old Willow place out on Lake Marsh was up for sale against back taxes?
Seems to me that was around November or December of 48. Want to see the files?
Yes.
Just a minute. Here we are. October to December 48. In the top file there.
I won't be long.
Take your time. I ain't going anyplace, and neither are they. Find what you wanted, Janet?
Yes, thanks. Sorry to leave such a mess for you.
Well, that's what I get paid for.
Be you, dear Tilly. Call the boss. Tell him I'll be gone the rest of the day. I'll report in later.
Sure thing. On something hot?
Oh, it could be. Oh, and Dick. Call him at headquarters. Break my dinner date with him. Tell him I have an ulcer or something.
Leave it to me. I fix.
Okay.
Hi, Janet.
Oh, hi, Marge.
Janet, still on the monster hunt?
What do you think?
I think the boss has been looking for you all day. Something about the police wanting those monster stories 86. You've got the whole town in a panic.
I didn't hear you.
I said
I know what you said, but I didn't hear you.
I get it. See you later.
The famous file room scene with two stacked actresses giving a flat performance. Made more famous in the Tim Burton bio-comedy film Ed Wood. Dolores Fuller and Loretta King are so wooden in that scene, they can't even convince the audience that they don't like each other, when in real life, they genuinely don't like each other. What's that you got there? What is that you've got there? Show that to me. A letter D? Did you climb up the outside of the theater and take the D off the marquee? What are you, nuts? You know what, out there people are driving by and they're seeing Brie of the Monster? No wonder people keep saying this movie's cheesy. Take that out of here. Get out of here with that. The doctor is right. You need a mate, you know, somebody to sandbag you. Keep you from reaching for things like what Miss Mittens does for Mister Lobo. The monster needs a mate. The monster needs a mate. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
Meow. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, howdy, partner. Time for timer. Do you ever get that hungry feeling after school? Boy, I do. I'm so hungry, I could eat a wagon wheel. When I'm slow on the draw and I need something to chaw, I hanker for a hunk of cheese. When my 10-gallon hat's a feeling 5 gallons flat, I got something planned, which is little cheese sandwiches. Come on. Here's a great little snack to tide you over till dinner. If you want something delicious and nutritious, cheese is a super snack. Look, a wagon wheel. When my get up and go has got up and went, I hanker for a hunk of cheese. When I'm dancing, I hold down and my boots kind of slow down, or anytime I'm weak in the knees. I hanker for a hunk of, a slab or slice and chunk of, a snacker that is a winner, and yet won't spoil my dinner. I hanker for a hunk of cheese. Yahoo!
Will this beast save outer space or destroy it? This thing is an eyesore. May heaven forgive us. It came from behind the dark planet, mutated by cosmic gases. Can Eyesore be harnessed by OSI 74? Or will he be our own undoing? Stay tuned.
Go check out MonsterMadhouse.com.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. I'm rocking my pants, putting suckers in fear, making the tears rain down like a monsoon. Listen to the bass go boom, explosive, overpowering over the competition. I'm towering, wrecking shop. When I drop these lyrics that'll make you call the cops. Don't you dare stare. You better move. Don't ever compare me to the rest that'll all get sliced and diced.
Mr. Lobo must be in a bad cell. Oh, there you are. So, during the break, Miss Mittens set you up with your own profile on a new dating website called OK Stupid with her smarty phone, okay? Now I'll have to ask her later why she knows so damn much about all this, but anyway. Can we get that up on the screen? Okay, there it is. Your likes are friends, food, Igor, picking flowers by the lake. And your dislikes are like fire. No, it's okay, it's okay. Windmills, you know, angry villagers. You have a flat head and flat feet, but the heart of a small child. Oh, look, you're already getting response from some other desperate, unstable losers on the website here. Hi, baby, have you tried the new fiery Fiesta tendrils available for a limited time at participating Grand Theft Taco restaurants? What do you think, too eager? Too eager. All right. Let's look at a few more of these hopefuls while you check out the next reel of Bride of the Monster. Oh, look, here's another. Yeah, it says, hi, bae, what's your credit card number? It's from someone called the Queen of Trash?
Lieutenant Craig has been working on the case a long time, Professor. I'd like him to hear what you just told me.
I should be happy to cooperate.
Oh, hello, Dick. Professor Vladimir Ostrowski, Lieutenant Craig.
Glad to meet you, Professor. How do you do?
Professor, will you bring him up to date?
Lieutenant Craig, have you ever heard of Loch Ness?
I think so. That's a lake in Scotland, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Then perhaps you are familiar with the Loch Ness Monster.
Vaguely.
A few years ago, I was called in by the British police to investigate the appearance of a monster at Loch Ness, with the thought that it was some creature left over from a bygone age. I am considered an authority on the subject of prehistoric monsters. However, I must admit that my investigation failed to get the desired results, in that I did not see the monster myself, but others did. There are sworn statements.
Professor, is it your theory that perhaps the Loch Ness Monster crossed the ocean and came to the swamp?
I consider that possibility extremely remote. But the cases do bear a certain similarity in that there are so many varied descriptions of this so-called monster. And I thought perhaps with my knowledge of such things, and with your permission, of course, that I might be able to shed some light on this mystery. That is the reason for my presence here.
What do you think, Dick?
Well, there's no denying we need help of some sort.
And you'll keep your findings secret for the time being?
As you will.
You don't mind a little company?
How do you mean, company?
Lieutenant Craig, at times the police can be quite useful.
I should be most happy to have Lieutenant Craig's assistance. How soon can you be ready to leave for Lake Marsh, Lieutenant Craig?
I'm ready.
No, I suggest we wait until morning. There was a storm brewing when I came in, and it is so close to nightfall.
According to reports, the monster strikes only at night.
Undoubtedly true, but the preliminary investigation should take place in daylight. The night, the monster, all in good time.
Sounds logical.
Whatever you say.
Now, gentlemen, since I just arrived in town this afternoon, if you will excuse me, I should like to return to my hotel.
Certainly, sir.
Good day, Captain.
Professor.
Until morning, Lieutenant Craig.
I'll be here. Strange sort of bird. Where do I meet him?
Here, 10 o'clock.
That'll give him plenty of daylight. Well, see you later.
Got a date?
What do you think?
I'll say you don't.
I don't?
A girl from her office called in, said that Janet had a headache or some such thing.
If she's gone to Lake Marsh alone, I'll take her across my knee. If it's the last thing I do.
Well, it probably would be. Watch him, Dick.
Ostrowski?
Just a hunch.
Right.
I know the professor's specialty is sea monsters, but I wonder what Sigmund Freud would say about a guy putting a woman's fuzzy hat down in his pants. I don't know. Oh, look at this. And speaking of indulging weird fetishes, during the film, Mr. Wright here has been talking with a young female online. That's right. She's 5'5", has dark hair. She loves ghost busting and old movies. She works at a place called Cinema Insomnia. Huh, never heard of it. She loves to swing from trees, and her favorite color is banana.
Swing.
She's looking to get married right away so she won't get deported to Skull Island. Oh, this could be a break here. All right, well, that escalated quickly. All right, Miss Mittens will respond and let her know that you're interested, okay? Oh, her name is Cogarella. Is everybody I know on this thing? All right, talk about monkey shines. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
I think he's sexy. Reminds me of my father.
Is your father ugly?
I had an extraordinary experience yesterday with him.
What? Are you insane? I mean, what is the attraction? I don't turn you on anymore because you've got the hots for a gorilla! He's clearly more attractive than I am, isn't he? Ah, I just got an image of that.
It's a family zoo, not the Playboy Mansion, you pervert.
All systems go.
Hey, Midnighters. Hey, yo. The man with the goodies is here. I got stuff you might want. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. I got buttons. I got t-shirts. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. Makes you feel real good. T-shirts. So you know what I can do for you? Every time you buy something, I'll send you a fan club membership card. So if you buy a patch, I'll send you a fan club membership card. If you buy an autographed picture with your name on it, when I've got your name, I'll send you a fan club membership card. And you can give that one to a friend. Remember, any friend of a Midnighter has got one friend.
All right, yeah.
Go to the OSI 74 shop to buy your Midnight Frights merchandise. Your #1 source for midnight movie merchandise, the OSI 74 shop.
There's more in our store. Shop OSI 74.
Like you, I love to shred. But even a hardcore skateboarder like myself slams sometimes.
Have you been injured in a skateboard or skateboard-related accident while grinding, thrashing, or catching wicked air? Neck or back injuries? Road rash, hippers, split kneecaps, lost shoes? I can help. I'm on your side. I'm Rad Abrams, skateboard attorney.
Dude, Rad Abrams got me $78 and he got me a beer.
That's right. I'll even get you beer. And remember, there's no fee until we win. Let Rad Abrams hook you up.
Don't delay. Call Rad Abrams and Associates today. Look for our ad in Pleasure Magazine.
Later days, dudes.
He's so excited. Miss Mittens is making up the wedding invitations. Can we pop those up on screen? I don't know if you can see this. These are the wedding invitations to Frankie's wedding, and you're all invited, of course. Dr. Frankenstein and or Dr. Vornoff and Radio Shack Electronics Stores request the displeasure of your presence at the marriage of their creation, the monster, to Cogarella, a gorilla. Saturday, 8th of June of this year, at the witching hour, or after intermission, whichever comes first. Val Theater, San Leandro, California. Deception to follow. Angry villagers must observe dress code. Whoa, and while we mail these out, see if I can see how this is the horror host sobriety test here. We'll just try to get this quite simply in this envelope for dramatic effect. Don't want to waste too much time on this. While we mail this out, why don't we jump into the next reel? And if Angorama isn't enough, here's a fun drinking game. Drink a cup of coffee every time something doesn't make sense. Bride of the Monster.
You are all right now, my dear.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Eric Vornoff. You had a severe shock.
How did I get here?
Oh, that's not important for the moment. What you need now is rest. Rest. You will sleep. Sleep. For the lovely young lady. Sleep.
Well, here we are at the fork in the road, and like they say in all good westerns, which way to go?
Well, that's the road to the Willis place. Let's take a chance on that one.
Okay. You know, I get to hate this swamp more every time I come out here.
You just weren't born for swamp duty, Marty.
I guess you're right. I'd like to transfer to a department as far away from here as possible. The wind and the rain gives this place a gleam that just isn't natural. And the ground is alive with crawling things, crawling death.
You're right there, Marty. This swamp is a monument to death. Snakes, alligators, quicksand, all bent on one thing: destruction. Something strange about all this rain.
The lightning's been going crazy, too. Maybe it's like the papers say, all these atom bomb explosions distorted the atmosphere.
Maybe.
You know, if I were this Professor Strotsky guy, I wouldn't come out in this swamp without a guide.
You know, that's the one thing I can't figure. He comes to the office with all these monster stories, makes an appointment to come out here with us, then goes off by himself.
Are you sure he came out here?
Where else could he go? Well, let's get at it.
Car?
Yeah. There's not a trace of her.
Well, maybe after the accident, she found her way down the road and then back into town.
I've got to be sure.
Look, there's a coffee joint about 10 miles back. Let's go and check. Let's go.
Okay.
Where did you find her car? Not a sign of her? Where's Strowski? I told you not to let him out of your sight.
Right, Captain.
I don't like the looks of things. Well, get back to Strowski. I'll get word to you later.
Yeah.
You look worried, Dick.
No one. Captain Robbins, her apartment, her office. No one has heard from her since yesterday afternoon. Captain Robbins is checking further.
Okay, but what do we do?
Orders. Find Strowski.
Get me the city desk. Hello, Jim. Yeah, about the Lawton girl. He just called me, too. Who saw her last around your office?
And now it's time to resurrect our snack bar segment by making a wedding cake for the monster and his bride with ordinary household materials. Now, we sent the groom away because it's bad luck for the groom to see the bride. And of course, men don't have any taste whatsoever anyway. So all you need, though, to make this is a bunch of snack cakes from the grocery store. You just lay them out like this. There's no baking required, okay? You can just make them in any shape that you want. Quite simply, just stack them up. Keep it going. You know, and what's great about this, as far as for serving, you don't have to slice it. You know, everyone gets the same amount. There's no arguing over who got the bigger piece. You know,
You can make it as big as you want it, as, large as you want it. When you got to put part of it in the freezer to open it in a year from now, it won't taste any different. And Viola, you've got a tasty snack that'll probably last longer than the marriage will. Let's see if Cogarella likes it. Come on out, Cogarella. This is for your special day. Mr. Lobo made this for you. Yeah. What do you mean they don't look like you and your fiancé? Come on now. Do you have to be so PC all the time? I mean, I think the whole damn thing is against God, and I still did my job. What's the problem? No bananas? Why don't you get some Gorilla Glue and fix all this? You're welcome. Why don't you enjoy a failed marriage during tonight's intermission?
God!
It's intermission time, folks, and that means it's time for a tasty snack. How about a stroll over to the refreshment counter for a delicious bite to eat? You don't have to worry about missing any part of the show because our announcer will let you know 3 minutes before the show starts again. See you over at the refreshment counter.
Crisp, flavorful fish sandwiches, golden brown and crunchy outside, and tender and juicy inside for a snack or a meal.
It's a snack.
Okay, banga banga.
Since when do you talk a native language?
I just started today.
Well, what did he say?
What did he say? I don't even know what I said.
I need you, oh, my do I, baby? Of course I do. Duke Mitchell and Sammy Petrillo turn an island paradise into the zaniest madhouse in the 7 seas. Charlita puts a gleam in Duke Mitchell's eyes. Your smile only added life to your masquerade. Muriel Landers puts the whammy on Sammy.
Sammy! Run for your life! Go on, get out of here. Run for your life.
Ramona, the romantic chimp, takes off on a romantic chase of her own.
Strange, but interesting.
Really think so? What a charming compliment.
Bela Lugosi finds the perfect subject to turn a gorilla into a goof, and versa versa.
Look, what are you trying to tell me? I don't understand a word. What am I, dumb or something? Don't answer that. Now look, Duke Mitchell, I'm running this game, you understand? And don't talk back. Yeah, now put it on, because we gotta get out that door.
The slim one, the trim one, the full of vim one. Who is she? She's that horse and milking gal.
At a happening swingers party or an all-night subterranean rave, this gal drinks delicious, nutritious horse and milking dairy beverage in 2 exciting flavors to help stay slim and trim.
Wait a minute. Did that horse and milking gal say 2 exciting flavors?
Uh-huh. There's regular and new chocolate-colored horse and milk in the brown can. Both have all the vitamins and minerals of an 8-ounce glass of tepid dishwater.
Remember, cows are stupid animals that make stupid milk. This is a more smarter drink made from smarter animals that wear shoes.
And it's Swedish, which means it's cheaper, and you have to put it together yourself.
That's right. Just add 2 tablespoons to a glass of ordinary tap water. Stir. Scrape it off the sides. Look at the spoon. See if any stuck to the sides. Stir. Stir. Look at the glass from underneath. Stir. Stir some more. And serve. Party gals, like our horse and milking gal, love it because this tasty drink gives you all of the dizziness and vomiting with none of the hangover of alcoholic beverages.
Throw yourself a smarter party like the horse and milking gal. Why don't you make yourself a slim, trim, full of vim glass of horse and milkin'?
And chocolate-colored horse and milk
during tonight's intermission.
She was shot on a cold September night. The buzzy neon sign in the alley was the only light in the city. She looks good, she looks fine, she looks the most. But if you look too long or get too close, it won't be pretty. She's got something to say. Step aside, the trash is coming your way. If you rise up, they'll be hell to pay for you. She's the queen, 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 queen of trash. She is the queen, 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 queen of trash. You better run, you better hide, you better lock your door and stay inside. She's the queen, 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 queen of trash. Million bad boys and girls, they all agree. I didn't play nice and look what happened to me now. On attraction. You know you could have just spent the night alone. You could have saved yourself another broken bone or that deadly reaction. You better worry when she's gone too long. You better sing your ass a lullaby song. Cause in the end it's gonna be all wrong for you. She's a queen, 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 queen of trash. She is a queen, 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 queen of trash. You better run, you better hide, you better lock your door and stay inside. Cause she's a queen, 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 queen of trash. She was shot on a cold September night. Buzzing neons on the alley was the only light in the city. You better worry when she's gone too long. You better sing your ass a lullaby song. Cause in the end it's gonna be all wrong for you. She's the queen, 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 queen of trash. She is the queen, 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 queen of trash. You better run, you better hide, you better lock your door and stay inside. Cause she's a queen, 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 queen of trash. She is the queen, she is the queen of
We're going to do our halftime contest, and This is, we are here. This is the halftime show. We're going to have a contest to pick our real 7 girl. Do we even have any more ladies in the audience? I think we do have some ladies in the audience. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, good, wonderful. You never know. We're going to pick a real 7 girl for tonight's movies. Now, the duties will include... Sorry, shouldn't have said duty with the Queen of Trash around. One of your responsibilities will include screaming, okay? So screaming will be a requirement. Being a bridesmaid in our wedding and catching the bouquet of bananas, so spoilers.
Spoilers.
Okay. All right, so to help us host this and to be a celebrity judge, we have a local hero who has appeared on Cinema Insomnia many times. When we were here on KTEH in the Bay Area. How many people watched on KTEH? Wow, wow. So this was it. This was everyone who was watching on KTEH? Okay, finally I can see you all, okay.
All 20 of them.
Yes. Anyway, she was on KTEH on a lot of those episodes that we did here in the Bay Area. And she started as a regular at the Crest Theater for something called the Trash Film Orgy, which was a great festival. Showed a lot of weird stuff, had a lot of great stage stuff. And she's been in some horror films, including Ted V. Michaels' Astro Zombies M3 Cloned. And, most importantly, she's related to one of the stars of tonight's movie. So please, welcome back to the stage after a 10-year tour of Europe, Scandinavia, and the subcontinent. It is my supreme pleasure to introduce the indestructible Queen of Trash, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long time no see. Now, I would actually like to correct a few misconceptions. I have not been to Scandinavia. It was actually, I got lost in a Scandinavian design store. And when I say that, I actually mean an IKEA because their meatballs were, I'm not going to say edible, but cheap. Mm-hmm. So I lived there for about 10 years. It was...
it treated you well.
It treated me well. Yeah. It treated me very well. So I took a small sabbatical. Yeah, so that's what I've been doing with my life. I feel successful. Also, if you were here for the 3 o'clock show and has noticed any sort of a change in my attire, I would like to remind you that the snack bar sells beer and wine and even margaritas. And I would like to encourage you to go in and maybe try a few yourself.
Because that's what you did.
Bitch.
And you lost a foot somehow.
I did, and it hit my head apparently.
Oh, you're okay. You're still doing the show.
She's a trooper.
It's
Big
because I'm
hand
badass
for the
and
Queen of
I'm
Trash.
better than you, man. Would you one-footedly do the show?
Would I one-footedly, torn-earedly do the show?
Torn-earedly? I'm torn-earedly.
Hell no. No.
No, you couldn't even hear me talk about it. You were going to pass out.
No, really.
Yeah,
Honestly, if I had a hangnail, I would just walk out of here.
Yeah,
and
no,
leave
talk
all of
about how I'm a trooper and how I'm the best.
You're a trooper and you're the best.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
Very, very professional and
so
modest
professional and modest. Yeah, it's true.
Unassuming.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to help
and
us?
And I've got a pedigree, too.
Do we want to run this damn contest or what?
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
We need real 7 girls, right? Three
Yeah,
of
okay.
them.
So I'd love to do it. We are going to need a real 7 girl for tonight. I'm going to need 3 volunteers from our audience to do a scream contest.
Come on.
And I know you bitches can scream. So let's see some hands. And excuse me while I get my crippled ass down there.
You're gonna go to, maybe I should walk down there. You can.
Maybe
stay
you
up.
should.
All right, I
but
will.
You won't.
Oh wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of Trash is going to go out there and find some ladies who want to be part of the show. for the remainder of the show. So we've got, she's walking on her injured foot. All right. Oh yes, alcohol.
I see you looking cute.
Okay, so we got 2 so far, right? All 3? Okay, well come on up. Come on up. Now, I understand that for people who weren't here, you're related to one of the actors in tonight's movie. Is that
Oh,
right?
yeah. Henry P. Dunn
Harvey.
is my greater-granduncle.
Harvey B. Dunn.
Yeah, Hal T. Dunn. He's my great-grandnephew. That's why you're paying me the big bucks to be out here.
Yeah,
Did I
hope
mention
not.
the wine?
Yeah, the wine. Okay, all right. We'll drop it. We'll drop it. So we got ladies here, right?
Ladies!
Ladies,
Look,
please
I've got
come
ladies
up
and
here.
They're all pretty.
Line up right up
Look,
here.
you guys come over here.
We
So I
wanna
gotta
see
tell
you.
you guys are all beautiful. This is where your light is.
Yes, find your light, ladies.
Find your light, ladies.
Find your light. Find
I
your
want
light.
you to glow.
Now we have a setup for the screaming for each contestant. So we want to panel with each first. We'll just see who they are first.
All right. So what is your name?
Terry?
Terry, and where are you from?
Oakland.
Oakland. Terry
Yay,
is from
Oakland.
Contestant number 2. What's your name?
Jenny.
And Jenny, where are you from?
Castro Valley now.
Castro Valley now. Okay, she used to be from Sacramento. I made that up. And you, what is your name, beautiful?
Celery.
Celery. And where are you from?
San Jose.
San Jose, of
My
course.
favorite stalker. Right? Yeah.
I got that. All right, and so for this contest, we need you guys to scream, but not just any scream. We need you to scream like you've never screamed before. So, not only so scary, this has been in my tit, that should terrify you enough. I've come up with 3 scenarios that are more terrifying than you can ever imagine, and they're enough to get you to scream like you've never screamed before. So, first, I'll have you hold the mic, and I will read you
I can hold the mic.
Oh, thank you. All right, your scenario. Give it to me first. Yeah, you gotta be good with that. You are in an ancient tomb in Egypt. You open the sarcophagi, and a mummy that looks like Andy Dick shambles towards you. You scream. You are in Osaka, Japan, in a seaside restaurant. You hear Godzilla erupting out of the ocean. The bill for...
Wait, hold on, not yet.
She's easily
Yeah.
frightened, this one. This is going to be a good scream because it got a lot scarier. You calm yourself. Calm your tits. Just one. Lefty. Calm lefty. There we go. Hold it. Hold it. You were in Osaka, Japan, in a seaside restaurant. You hear Godzilla erupting out of the ocean. The bill for the sushi arrives, and it's like $260. You scream.
There we go. So excited. Oh, excuse me.
And now, perhaps, in my opinion, the most terrifying of all. You were in a dark castle in Transylvania, laying in a 4-post bed near an open balcony. A bat flutters in and transforms into a vampire. It creeps towards you and tries to read you his Twilight fanfic. You scream!
Wow.
Now, audience, I have the final say in who wins. Why? Because I'm the best. But I would love your input. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a hand over everybody's head, and I want you to scream for but your favorite, okay? So contestant number 1. All right. And our skittish contestant number 2. And now our contestant number 3. I think I have to agree with you. Contestant number 3 is our real 7 girl for tonight. Thank you guys so much. You are wonderful screamers. Your significant others must be proud.
Thank you so much. Big hand for all of our contestants. You stay, because you're going to be part of the show. You're going to be our bridesmaid in our wedding coming up. And a big hand, please, for the indestructible, mighty Queen of Trash, everybody. Thank you so much for helping. And yeah, I don't know if she says anything, but she will later.
You should just talk shit about him. Like, use it, talk shit about him the whole time. And talk right in there.
I
don't think I can.
There's more drinks back there. Thank you, Queen of Trash. Yay! All right.
What are you doing to me? We'll be soon as big as a giant.
Or I call the others dead. But like an animal. Jungle.
A lot of people like to say that he wasn't a good director. I don't think it takes a bad director to make a movie like in 6 days with $8,000. You know, I mean, that takes a genius to do that. It's really more like alchemy.
My impression was he was a guy in Hollywood who, more than anything, was alcoholic, and it kept kind of sabotaging any real talent he had.
I have a lot of empathy for Ed Wood. You know, I mean, he certainly had his passion for movie making. I think that's what comes through, and plus a very strange and, you know, interesting worldview.
Jailbait, the shocking story of boy crazy girls and gun crazy guys.
That's a totally different kind of talent when it's the choice is not between making a good movie or making a bad movie. The choice is making a movie or not making a movie.
Like most art, it's about, you know, kind of doing an impression of something you've seen. And that's really clear with Bride of the Monster and Ed Wood. Ed Wood is doing an impression of a movie, though it doesn't really quite like pan out.
He was a good filmmaker because his movies are still talked about and are still entertaining people.
Actually, I wasn't that interested in Eddie as a director. I was more interested in seeing what Bela was going to do in the film.
Bride of the Monster is kind of a rickety bridge spanning the gap between poverty row horrors of the 40s and the Atom Age sci-fi movies of the 50s.
Bride of the Monster, to me, felt like a parody of like a good movie.
You got the opening of the movie with with those two guys lost in the swamp, and they're kind of like the Gravediggers in Plan 9 in a way. They're there for some exposition which is always charming in an Ed Wood movie.
It does seem to happen in the Ed Wood universe, where the police officers and always seems like that they're referencing the other movies and things as if this is just another day for them. They finally have to go out to the old house.
But then we go to police headquarters, and the scenes there are really like you look at the coverage and the lighting, the way it's shot, and you start to forget that you're watching an Ed Wood movie.
And just all the like hard-boiled talk that he gives the dialogue.
Hold your tongue and give me those papers. I'll have you locked up for peddling without a license.
I guess it's like influenced from like gangster movies from the 40s or something, where people are really like, there's always this kind of jargon that people are using.
And then people start to repeat themselves. And the dialogue repeats, and they keep hammering and hammering over the same thing about the monster and the killings.
Okay, let's have the story on Lake Marsh and the monster.
And then you realize, oh yeah, it's an Ed Wood film.
Then of course there's the moment with the famous speech, the home, I have no home, the jungle, I will build a race of atomic supermen,
I was classed as a madman, a charlatan.
And my brother specifically wrote a great speech in Bride of the Monster that Lugosi holds, which is Lugosi's big moment in the film.
Hunted, despised, living like an animal. The jungle is my home.
But I don't know if he just switched gears and just for half a second, was mentally back in his heyday. He really, really sells that one scene.
Show the world that I can be its master. I will perfect my own race of people. A race of atomic supermen which will conquer the world.
After he gave his speech, because it was one take, right straight through, and just everybody applauded, including myself. It was impressive work that he did that particular afternoon. The screening of the Bride was at the Paramount Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. I did attend. Tor was there. Well, the whole Eddie Wood gang was in attendance, but there was next to no one else. Eddie Wood was up on the stage and gave a little spiel, a little talk, and that was about it. That was about it.
The Medveds did this book called the Golden Turkey Awards, and the Golden Turkey Awards are basically an inversion of the Academy Awards, where they give an award to the worst movie ever made rather than the best. The Turkey Awards was so influential on, the creation of Mystery Science Theater. It kind of helped me get to this idea of, oh, that's this unified body of bad movies out there. We can use these to make a show out of.
Mystery Science Theater was very much informed, at least from my perspective, informed by local television. And what a great thing local television used to be once upon a time.
The original concept of Mystery Science Theater was watching a movie with companions, these little silhouettes that sit on the screen while you're watching it.
Bram Stoker's Bride of the Monster.
I wonder where she's registered.
That was the only idea there, really. And the host segments were there to reiterate who these little silhouettes are.
For the generation, not the generation that missed horror hosts, but the generation that missed horror hosts, Mystery Science Theater was enormously important because it did feel like they were local. It did feel like they were really, you were watching the movie with them.
Waffle? Hi, Waffle. I was just wishing our world was without advertising.
One of the secrets of Mystery Science Theater was that we don't appear to be assholes. Job one was to let people know we kind of like these movies, and job two was then to kind of build really funny riffs off them.
Look, there's a coffee joint about 10 miles back. Let's go and check.
Yeah, I could use a cup. Good thinking. Maybe I could get some decaf or something.
Yeah, let's have lunch too. I love those little sandwiches they make. They cut the crusts off and they have a great egg salad.
At the same time, the worst movies ever made aren't even worth doing witty commentary under.
Did I
Dear Strowski, bring him along.
How does Lobo sneak up on anyone?
The worst movies ever made is some Meredith Baxter Birney, Disease of the Week movie or some awful romantic comedy from 5 years ago that nobody remembers.
We didn't do Plan 9, but we were up for doing Bride of the Monster, which looked just as great.
When it comes down to it, you really didn't need to make up strange or bad dialogue for the movie.
Ironically, there's no tipping allowed.
A lot of this is colored by the Ed Wood feature because it kind of came forward and did a really cool job of kind of like filling out who Ed Wood was.
Ooh, not the beanbag chair.
Whether it was true or not.
My favorite line is about the snakes, alligators, quicksand, all bent on one thing: destruction.
He's shooting at a different movie.
The police chief has this bird that's always around, and we just had a ton of fun, like kind of putting words in the parrot's mouth.
Come on, Strowski.
Who cares about Strowski? The girl.
I told you.
I noticed something very peculiar in that when I do the parrot voice, I can't whistle, and Trace and Kevin are putting the whistles in for me. So it's like I'm talking like a bird, and then Trace will whistle, and then I'll do some more dialogue, and Kevin will whistle. So I'm like sitting there going, I can't whistle. So how did that happen? So I realized they had my back as far as the whistling goes.
I must increase my bust. The bigger, the better, the tighter, the sweater. The boys depend on us. Hey.
Rewatching again 15 years after we made it, I just kind of can't believe how great it is for Mystery Science Theater.
Oh, check this out here. See, it's a different door on the inside.
What do you know? Yeah, get these stairs. Where the heck do they go? Nowhere.
How perfect this movie was. And it makes sense because, like, as I said, the Golden Turkey Awards was a big influence on me in creating Mystery Science Theater. So in a way, it was a match made in heaven.
Now, I do a lot of personal appearances now around some of these monster shows, and I see little kids come in, and they love these big monsters. They really do. And they identify with them, and so on and so forth. It's a lot better than some of the creepy things they see on TV today.
With Bride of the Monster, it's so close. Bride of the Monster, it's like you're really rooting for him because it's almost a comprehensible movie.
Ed Wood did a very good job. It was probably the best film that Ed Wood ever made.
Well, I think we all tend to get something different out of Bride of the Monster. We all get what we see in it.
My personal opinion of the film is that Bela did a decent, hammy job.
Lobo, take the girl to my quarters.
He always called himself the world's greatest ham. He called me the world's second greatest ham.
Tor just kind of faded away. At the end of his career, after Ed, what was left for him? Not much. And he had to go and cheapen his act a little bit, too. He didn't end up where he should have been. But the shows and what's going on with the movie Ed Wood and those kinds of things are putting him up where he really does belong. And that whole group of people. I think it's very positive.
Okay, I don't use the term bad movies anymore, bad film with Plan 9 or with Bride of the Monster, because I find them too entertaining. And so now I'm going to call them professionally challenged.
You will disappear, Professor Strowski, just as all the others have disappeared.
And it's kind of a cautionary tale, I think, for people who want to go to Hollywood because it's really hard to make a movie, and it's even harder to make a bad movie. No, I don't know.
Oh, it's showtime.
Dearly beloved, nearly beheaded, recently departed, partially devoured, and fine furry friends. You're not dreaming. You're gathered here today to witness the union of the other king of monsters and the queen of the Congo. Frankenstein, all right, Frankenstein's monster, because we're nerds. And Kogarella, a female gorilla. Mr. Monster, aka the creature, do you take this female gorilla to be your wedded wife, to live together in marriage, probably in a sulfur pit or abandoned cave? Do you promise to throw giant rocks at her, make unintelligible sounds at her in fits of rage, dishonor and disgust, and creep her out with a bunch of horrible behavior that we mortals can hardly comprehend, for worse, and even worse than worse, in abject poverty, in sickness and in filth, and forsaking the laws of God and nature until you drown her in a lake or collapse a building on her or something? Oh, no, you're not going for that? Oh, she's out of here. Oh no. Great. See? She's gone now. I told you not to write your own vows. You just get out of my sight. You ruined everything. Get out of here. You too. Now, where were we? No, you get out of here. Out. Oh, amateurs. All right. Well, you know what? At least we have John Stanley's movie guide here. He can summarize the movie for us. Where is it? Bride of the Monster. Here we go. Bride of the Monster. What does John say? Bride of the Monster, 1955. Edward D. Wood Jr. classic, originally Bride of the Atom, revealing a Bela Lugosi ravaged by drugs and alcohol. The plot, Alex Gordon helped Wood with the concept, has Lugosi creating a race of atomic supermen. Without a lot of luck and feeding victims to a swamp monster that looks like half of an octopus, Tor Johnson, the obligatory brainless brute, makes a grab for Lugosi in one of the most pathetic fights ever photographed. And dig those amateurs, Tony McCoy and Loretta King. You'll have to see it to believe it. Wow, thanks John Stanley, wherever you are. John was going to try to make it to the show tonight, and unfortunately he had some family business, but we would have loved to have seen John here. Big hand for John Stanley, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Creature Features. Now, sit back, relax, and let this trance-like movie wash over you. And now, the second half of tonight's feature, Bride of the Monster in Angorama. Sleep!
Don't be afraid of Lobo. He's as gentle as a kitten. Put a tray down here. Lobo, that is all. Get out. I said get out.
Some cream or sugar? You didn't have your breakfast yet. Now it's past noon. You must be hungry.
What happened to me?
Your automobile. An accident. Lobo brought you here to me.
What is this place and who are you?
Don't you remember I told you last night?
Did you tell me?
Yes. I'm Dr. Eric Vornov.
This is the old Willows place.
Yes. How did you know?
I checked our real estate files. A Dr. Eric Vornov bought the Willows place in November of 1948.
You are a newspaper reporter, huh?
Yes.
My name seems to mean much to you.
Well, actually, it wasn't your name I was interested in. Through the mysteries of Lake Marsh and the Willows place being right on the lake, I looked in the files to see what happened to it. Your name was there as a purchaser. I thought perhaps you might have heard something about the monster.
Oh, my dear Miss Lawton,
When did I tell you my name?
You didn't. But since you were unconscious, I took the liberty looking into your purse.
You must have seen my press card.
Yes, I did.
Well, since you knew the answers already, why the third degree? And who or what was that monster?
Oh, he's quite human. I discovered him in the wilderness of Tibet. He has been quite useful to me at times. But now, since your tiring experience, I think we have talked too much.
I'm not the least bit tired.
But you are tired. You are so tired.
Strange. Suddenly I do feel very tired.
Yes.
Very tired.
Very tired. Lobo, take the girl to my quarters. Professor Strauski. Well, it has been a very long time.
Dr. Vornoff sure knows how to whip it good. Dr. Acula there also has a way with the ladies. Take her to my quarters? I mean, that line only works with Miss Pac-Man. Now, I know you're sad, Frankie, okay? But the real Seven girl, technically, she caught the bouquet, right? So she may like you. We'll find out after the break. Cinema Insomnia will be right back with our real Seven girl.
If you sometimes can't sleep because of simple nervousness, overwork, or fatigue, try Sominex. Taken as directed, Sominex helps bring 100% safe sleep. Contains no narcotics, non-habit forming.
Take Sominex tonight and sleep. Safe and restful sleep. Sleep, sleep.
Take Sominex as directed for 100% safe sleep.
Watch Sleazy Pictures on OSI 74.
Old Sleazy is here to keep you off Suicide Watch by making this another tolerable Friday night. Yes, we've got it all here tonight. Sound, colors, pictures that move. Sure, it looks bad, but they still treat their employees way better than Walmart. Don't worry, this is the Philippines. They use child stuntmen for the real dangerous stuff. 38 minutes in, and I'm sure half my audience wants to do the same thing.
So this is how you communicate with your little wang.
Not me. I communicate with my little wang with a series of rapid hand signals.
Hi, I'm Eddie Spaghetti, and I'm here to tell you that Here Lies has arrived to OSI 74. So prepare yourselves for nostalgia, a few laughs, and who knows, maybe you'll learn a thing or two.
This is a gateway to another dimension, another unknown, undiscovered world.
Yeah, we're going there. Here Lies, Fridays on OSI 74.
I'm Chiquita Banana, and I've come to say bananas have to ripen in a certain way, and when they're flecked with brown and have a golden hue, bananas taste the best and are the best for you. You can put them in a salad. No, not yet, my dear. That greenish way you're looking means that you are ripe for cooking. How about me? No. When you are fully ripe, my dear, those little flecks of brown appear.
Me?
You're most digestible, my friend. Delicious, too, from end to end. You can put them in a pie, any way you want to eat them. It's impossible to beat them. But bananas like the climate of the very, very tropical equator. So you should never put bananas in the refrigerator. Bananas are a solid food that doctors now include in baby's diet. And since they are so good for baby, I think we all should try it. Oh! See.
And speaking of reviving mouth breathers and brain death, it's time for our lucky Reel 7 girl. The girl chosen by you, the loyal insomniacs out there, to introduce the next reel of tonight's movie and hopefully boost ratings with lonely, desperate, lovelorn viewers aged 18 to 54 in the third quarter of our program. Tell us a little bit about yourself, lucky Reel 7 girl. Oh, hold on. Here we go.
I was a fashion designer until about 2 years ago when I decided to change my career, and now I teach art at elementary school.
Wow, big hand. And your name is Mary Celery?
Yes, the kids call me Miss Mary, but my fashion name was Celery Jane.
Ah, Celery. Yes. I like it. Our favorite stalker. I never get tired of that show. All right. Well, that's wonderful. Well, I really love the skillful way that you beat the other girls to the bride's bouquet.
Thank you.
You automatically won our Who Wants to Marry a Monster contest. Come on, Frankenstein. Here you are. Stand right here. Oh, you got it. Oh, very good. You have good motor skills. Excellent, excellent. All right, very, very good. Excellent, excellent. Just hold that pose. All right, here we are, here we are. Miss Monster, a.k.a. the Creature, do you take this female human to be your wedded wife, to live together in marriage and probably in a sulfur pit or in a man in cave? She hates you. Like the others.
Like the others.
Oh, God. Now how am I going to get this loser out of my house? Oh, gosh. All right. Fine. All right. Why don't you go take a cold shower? And now, back to Heart of Darkness, the way Ed Wood always reimagined it. Bride of the Monster in Angororama.
Long enough. It is you.
You can see.
In Paris, I missed you by a month. In London, a week. At Loch Ness, by only 1 day. The monster of Lake Marsh sounded again like you.
Why that sudden interest in me, Professor Strowski?
Your experiments in atomic energy, of course.
So my dear country now believes in my work and that it can be a success.
Our government wants you to return, Vonov, to continue your research and experiments there, where you can have everything at your disposal. Why do you laugh? Surely this is not a laughing matter.
My dear Professor Strowski, 20 years ago, I was banned from my homeland, parted from my wife and son, never to see them again. Why? Because I suggested to use the atom elements for producing super beings. Beings of unthinkable strength and size. I was classed as a madman, a charlatan, outlawed in a world of science which previously honored me as a genius. Now, here in this forsaken jungle hell, I have proven that I am all right. Now, Professor Strowski, it is no laughing matter.
Yes. Yes, indeed, it was a tragic error. But as soon as I learned how correct your findings were, always have been, I informed those in authority. Vornov, I have searched for you everywhere. Everywhere I hear stories of monsters. Now I am here, sent to bring you home.
Home? I have no home. Hunted, despised, living like an animal. The jungle is my home. That I will show the world that I can be its master. I will perfect my own race of people. A race of atomic supermen which will conquer the world.
Yes. Yes, of course. A truly great master race, such as I convinced my superiors only you could create. One with which our government can rule the world without debate.
You misunderstand me, Strowski. I don't intend to return home. My plans are for myself.
Are you mad, Vornov?
One is always considered mad if one discovers something that others cannot grasp.
Our government ordered me to bring you back.
I'm afraid you will find it rather difficult.
You see, Vornov, I did not come alone.
Neither did I, my dear Strowski. Bring him along, Lobo. Hurry!
You're a fool, Vornov. You may kill me, but others will come.
Silence!
You'll never get away with
Put
it,
him in there.
Vornov, no! No!
Now, Professor Strowski, you will get a much closer view of the product of my genius. The alleged monster of Lake March. Your country offers fame and fortune for my return, but my price is so much more great. You will disappear, Professor Strowski, just as all the others have disappeared.
I can't take all this, okay? He's just skulking around the house, ripping doors off hinges, eating all our ice cream and crying while watching the Hallmark Channel, ripping more doors off hinges. I mean, doesn't he know that depression is just God's way of telling you don't have enough collectibles? I got this great collection of Universal Classic Monsters limited edition series toenail clippers. I think I have. Oh, what are you doing? You are pathetic. You know that? I don't know what to do with you. Okay? All you got to do is bury those feelings deep down, like what Mister Lobo does. Okay? Why don't we all try to forget where our lives went wrong during tonight's break?
Igor, go and get me what I crave. Evening, Igor.
If you want a better orange soda, made with more natural orange flavor than ever before, try Shasta. It's got the bright color, the sweet smell, and the great taste of oranges. Shasta, it's the orange soda that can make anybody happy.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks, with kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
It's Rat Bastards TV. Hello there. We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you don't want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom. Oh, hell to the no. And the best thing about Rat Bastards TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74.
Taking us down the deep, dark mine shaft of perversion. We're crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who are waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do?
More stuff.
Everyone gets everything he wants. I wanted a mission, and for my sins, they gave me one.
You have orders. Report to ComSec Intelligence. Now train.
Your mission is to proceed up the Nung River in a Navy patrol boat. Pick up Colonel Kurtz's path at New Mung Ba. Follow it. Learn what you can along the way. When you find the colonel, infiltrate his team by whatever means available, and terminate the colonel's command.
Terminate with extreme prejudice.
Horror has a face, and you must make a friend of horror. Horror and moral terror are your friends. If they are not, then they are enemies to be feared.
He's got something in mind for you. Aren't you curious about that? I'm curious.
You have no right to call me a murderer. You have a right to kill me, but you have no right to judge me.
I can't think of any more dialogue today.
Horror. Horror.
If you're just waking up, you're watching Cinema Insomnia.
And now it's time for more trivia in cinema. In the next reel, Ed Wood's matinee idol, Bela Lugosi, as Dr. Vornov, uses a lot of his classic hypnotic boogeyman hand jive from his older, better films, like the classic 1931 Dracula. He even does the clasping hand-over-hand bit that he used to control the zombies in the film White Zombie. Yes, of course, there was a film there before it was a band. Come on now. You're embarrassing me. Oh, I'm embarrassing you? All right, well, let's just get back to the movie, all right? Now get out your Angororama kit. All right, thank you. Big hand for Frankenstein, ladies and gentlemen. He's not used to putting in an 8-hour day either. All right. This is where Mr. Lobo has his breakdown. Again. All right, everyone. Get out your fuzzy. Oh no, sir, not that. Please. Please put that away. And get ready to experience your Angororama Square, all right, for some heavy petting in Reel 8 of Bride of the Monster in Angororama.
Rental car.
Think it's the one Strowski used?
I'd make book it is. It's getting dark now. You take the car and go down to the beach. I'll go through the swamp to the old Willows place.
Okay. Oh, here. Better take this with you.
Right. Oh, Marty.
Yeah.
If you see anything suspicious, you know where I am.
Trouble is, everything in this swamp is suspicious.
What can I do for you, sir?
Captain Robbins. Homicide.
Why, Captain, I haven't murdered anyone in a month of Sundays.
Did Janet Lawton stop by here late yesterday afternoon?
Oh, just like a policeman. No sense of humor. Yes, she stopped by late in the afternoon.
Remember the time?
Well, not to the second. She came in around 2 and left around 3:30. Then again, that isn't so late, is it?
What'd she want?
She was looking for information.
That I'm sure of. Do you happen to know what that information was?
Well, sure.
Well?
Well, what?
Must we play games?
I didn't know we were.
What was Miss Lawton looking for in the files?
Oh, well, why didn't you ask that in the first place instead of all your chit-chat? She was looking over the real estate files in October, November, and December of 1948. In particular, the sale of the old Willows place out on Lake Marsh.
Did she find what she was looking for?
Well, I guess she did. At least she found the sales notice. I saw it myself after she rushed out. She left the paper open at the November 26th date. Want to see it?
Well, very much.
Well, it's right up there. I haven't had time to put it back yet.
Yeah, Dr. Eric Varnoff. Give me all you have on him. I'll hang on.
Now we're ready for the girl. Dear, lovely.
And now it's time for another Insomniac mail sack. And you know what? You got some mail, Frankie. Come on over. Come on over. This should cheer you up, I think. Not a lot of monsters get mail, right? Right? Okay, listen to this. Okay. To Frankenstein. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Frankenstein's monster. Sorry. And mate, wishing you a lifetime, or what, dead time? Yeah. Of love and happiness. I mean, are you even designed to feel those feelings? All right. Your wedding day will come and go. And boy, did it go. But your love may forever grow. Grow apart. Best wishes on this wonderful journey as you build your new lives together. Well, you might need to leave the building lives to the mad scientists at this point, right? May the years ahead be filled with lasting joy. There you go. Finally, a generic statement that can just apply to anyone, right? How personal. Isn't that nice? Well wishes for an unholy union, Dr. Pretorius. Doesn't that make you feel better? That writing is so small. You know, the homunculus just probably got up on a chair to write that. All right, well, there you go. Did that cheer you up a little bit? Okay, well, Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
It's 3 a.m. somewhere in the world. Not here, mind you. And you're watching Cinema Insomnia.
From Haiti, land of the voodoo, comes the most infamous cult of all. Bela Lugosi as Murder Legendre.
I see death.
Master of the undead damned. The sinister power behind the white zombie.
Zombies? Yes, they are my servants.
This soul killer takes men from their graves to be his slaves. His instruments of terror, and now this fiend plots to possess a woman.
Only a pin boy, Monsieur Lamont, in a glass of wine.
of flower. Keep it, monsieur. Keep it. You may change your mind.
Not dead? Are you mad? I saw her die. The doctor signed the certificate. I saw them bury her.
Captive in the borderland between life and death. Her brain drained of the life spark. The white zombie obeys the unholy commands of her demon master. As mindless creatures carry out his cursed will, terror explodes in horror and heartquake.
Zombie! Allez, allez!
Never eyes so evil, never powers so potent, never magic so black. Bela Dracula Lugosi, as the master of the white zombie.
How now, brown cow? British agent Bunny Galore speaking. You're watching OSI 74.
Oscar, Sierra, India, 7, 4. Oscar, Sierra, India, 7, 4. Oscar, Sierra, India, 7, 4.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
Like you, I love to thrash, but even a hardcore skate punk like myself slams once in a while. Have you been injured, or are you planning to be injured in a skateboard or a skateboard-related accident?
Dude, I was so fucked up, I was tripping balls.
Even if you were fucked up or tripping on balls, I can help. I'm Rad Abrams, skateboard attorney.
Dude, that judge was sweating me, man. He was hating on me for getting all naked in his courtroom. But my boy Rad Abrams hooked up with $12, plus he hooked me up with the oxys.
That's right. I'll even get you pills. I'm not here to judge you. That's the court's job. At Rad Abrams and Associates, we know the law. More importantly, we know how to help you break it. Let Rad Abrams hook you up.
Don't delay. Call Rad Abrams and Associates today. Look for our ad in Pleasure Magazine.
Follow me on Instagram. Peace out, bitches.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema.
All right, Frankenstein. Now, I admit that letter was depressing, okay? But, you know, why don't you just cheer up, okay? I mean, look at all these wedding presents everywhere that you got, you know? I mean, sitting around opening presents from your failed wedding, I mean, doesn't that sound like fun? Yeah. Well, that's empty, but don't worry about that. Oh, man, don't give me attitude. But I'm sure there's something here for you, okay? Maybe you got a George Foreman grill. I don't know. And speaking of a marriage of convenience on the rocks, it's time to get out your Angora-Rama kit, all right? And fondle your soft thing along with Tor Johnson as the other Lobo in tonight's feature, Bride of the Monster.
Drag her to the table. Do as I command you. I teach you to disobey. You will obey. Get her in. Get her in. I command you. Get the equipment ready. It hurts just for a moment. But then you will emerge a woman of super strength and beauty. The bride of the atom.
You're insane. My paper knows where I am. You can't hurt me. Get away with it.
As soon as my experiments are completed, no one can ever touch me. I will make the law. Either way, whether I succeed or fail, it will not hurt you very long.
Let me go! Let me go!
You heard what you said.
Who are you?
For one thing, the police. Now turn her loose and make it fast.
You have the advantage for the moment.
Stop talking and turn her loose.
Take him out quickly.
Lieutenant Craig. We found Strotsky's car down the road. The lieutenant took off through the swamp, sent me down here to the beach to wait for him.
Where was he heading?
Old Willow's place.
Kelton?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is your first time out. Don't mess up the operation.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Martin, you stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
I'm sure my experiments on the young lady will interest you.
I'll live to see you hang.
There are much more important things to attend.
I hope the straps are not too cutting. Such lovely skin should not be marred.
Jan. Jan, get me the gun. Easy. I've got to stop him.
You can't, he'll kill you.
He will anyway. Stay here. Turn that thing off.
look, everybody. Another gift bag, huh? Doesn't anyone wrap presents anymore? Let me guess, we can't adult today, right? Here we go, here we go. Here it is. What is this about? Look, I got vinyl. Vinyl as a wedding gift. I knew inviting those hipsters would pay off. Oh, wow, and this one's really rare, huh? This is Criswell's Lost Introduction to Bride of the Monster, okay? And as you know, all of Ed Wood's films, they always have a spectral narrator, Plan 9 from Outer Space and Orgy of the Dead and Night of the Ghouls. They always have that spectral narrator, but Bride of the Monster does not. And I guess, I don't know if it was working with Alex Gordon or what, conflict of interest, but they ended up passing on having the Criswell introduction. And it was recorded in wax, and they had it, and then it was just put out on this long playing record, okay? So let's go ahead and play for the first time Criswell's intro, all right? Now just imagine this at the start of tonight's film.
Greetings, my friend. It is I, the all-knowing, all-seeing, and only slightly inebriated Criswell, speaking to you from the shadow world of the Twilight People, Hollywood, USA. It was the proverbial dark and stormy night, my friends, and it was raining cats and dogs. Two lost outdoorsmen in the twisted, angry forest swamp near Marsh Lake Jungle are searching for a way out before they become a hunting trophy for angry Mother Nature. They see a light on a tiny model of a house drowning under the garden sprinkler of the Almighty. They flutter towards the light in the raging storm like moths to an Angora sweater. No, weary traveler, turn back. Do not seek refuge in the old abandoned Willows house. Have you not heard the untold legend that it is haunted? Untold because it is untrue. It is not abandoned, nor is it haunted. However, my friends, you will find nothing but evil and death residing inside. An evil of the worst kind, with thick eyebrows and an even thicker accent. He controls the monster that lurks in Marsh Lake, a monster that seeks soft flesh and even softer outer garments. An atomic super monster born of the atom, but searching for Eve. Tonight it may find her, my friends, and it may be you. My friends, can you survive the veil of death that awaits the bride of the monster?
I wonder if this came with a gift receipt.
This is the animal. And this is the Minolta office system with TLC, the type and learn concept that makes it easy to train even an animal. He's already typing neat letters. He's got a firm grip on word processing, and now he's tearing up the computer. Well, Mr. Animal, did we prove our point?
Yeah, everybody ought to have one.
I'd listen to him.
The new PCW1 easy-to-learn office system, only from the mind of Minolta.
You're watching OSI 74.
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez. And this is Domino. And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Breaking new gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
And Buddha, don't forget, we also put art
artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
You won't believe your eyes.
B movies. On your computer and on the TV.
Somebody needs parental guidance.
Nobody called for help. Y'all don't be scared. Turn into midnight frights.
Hello, darlings. Bunny Galore here. I starred in my very own soap opera called Pantry Manor. I play a lady called Joyce Slaughter, the wife of millionaire Todd Slaughter. However, she does have a few enemies, including her arch rival, Alma Cutt. There's also Jassy, the gypsy who has second sight, and the lovable handyman, Nobby. Pantry Manor.
You're watching OSI 74. Only the weak cry.
It is safe to state that the grandchildren of some of the people in this theater will not be born on Earth. They come from the bowels of hell, a transformed race of walking dead, zombies guided by a master plan for complete domination of the Earth. Plan 9 from outer space. Starring the most nightmarish cast ever, Bela Lugosi, the seductive Vampira, and Tor Johnson as the Walking Dead.
Turn off your electrode gun. No! No! Stop it, Dennis! I can't get it. It's jammed. Stop it, you fool!
Bullets bounce off their bodies. Rockets, missiles, jets cannot stop their death ship. What earthly power can stop this terror? For a glimpse of things to come, see this blast of screen suspense. For it could be happening right now.
My great-grandfather, Lobo, always had that weird sleepaway camp expression. Mr. Lobo comes from a long line of mouth breathers. Now, Lobo does return in the film Night of the Ghouls, which is considered a direct sequel, okay? And at that time, he's the henchman of an evil Swami, you know? And I always felt like it was the same character roaming the radiated wasteland in the movie The Beat Yucca Flats. So I don't know if that's a Build Your Own trilogy or what, if you got the stomach for it. Our own hapless brute, Frankie, he's still wandering around somewhere, rooting through all his wedding presents, you know, the ones, or his not wedding presents, or whatever you want to call them. You know, sometimes we need expensive gifts to, you know, bribe ourselves into feeling better. And now, the merciful conclusion to tonight's feature, Bride of the Monster in Angora Rama.
you station yourself here. You men surround the house. Martin, you come with me.
All right, Captain. Ready?
Right.
On fire. Let's get out of here before we get roasted.
Captain, look!
What do you suppose that was?
Well, whatever it is, get it. Oh, wait a minute. Here comes Dick.
He got Jan. Get him. No, don't shoot. Might hit Jan. Let's go. Marty, Joe, give me a gun.
Here you go, Marty.
No! Now get on up over that ledge. Get up over on top of him.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Oh, stop the chatter. Get in action.
Yes,
Now he's clear. Give it to him. He tampered in God's domain.
Hey! Hey there, blockhead. Look, you got one more present. One more prezi under Mister Lobo's chair. I don't know how it got here. This is a really unique little thing here. I wonder who it's from. Let's see here. If anything goes wrong with the marriage, or if you are discovered by the authorities, simply press this button and a 20 megaton blast will erase everything. Isn't that great? I mean, we had one of these at the first TV station I worked at, Isn't that great? Hey, watch it, okay? You're gonna blow us all to smithereens.
We belong dead.
What do you mean, we? I mean, you're the abomination that no one will ever love. Thanks for watching Cinema Insomnia!
We've come to the end of our telecasting day with the sincere hope that you've enjoyed our entertainment. OSI 74 will return to the television whenever you decide to turn on your Roku streaming device. Cinema Insomnia will be back with another watch party at its regularly scheduled time. OSI offices are located in outer space and can be reached at P.O. Box 74 at Glen, Pennsylvania 19310. Until next time, we wish you a very pleasant tonight and an above-average tomorrow.